like on the house. I make sure. Yeah. Fire triple.
All right, I'd like to welcome everyone back, and we have a new flag. Nice. That's exciting. Took me a few meetings to figure out, but worked out good.
Yeah, a few words.
It's beautiful. And these are so cute. Is this Karina? Brent, is this you who did this? This is wonderful.
Pete, I think this is under the influence of Karina. I thought this would, what would Karina do? That's what I have to ask myself. And she would provide small flags.
It's wonderful.
Exactly.
She would also put a succulent with a quote, so.
Well, I'm just getting
Almost
started
there.
in her training program.
So we'll go into item number 2. Pete and Teresa are going to take us through a virtual tour of our ballot center.
That's right. So to save a little bit of time with the field trips, Teresa and I and one of our interns, Melanie, went down to the ballot center and we met Tony Lara, who's here. You'll see him in the video, but he's also here to answer any questions you might have about the ballot center. So it's about 11-minute video, so we're just going to watch it together. And then if there's any questions about what happens at the ballot center, Tony is here, the expert.
There you are. What is your title there?
So my title in the office is election specialist, but a lot of what I focus on voter outreach and education. So one of my favorite things to do is to bring folks into our ballot center here. The first step in our process, once we receive and verify our ballots, so we've taken in both
So there you go.
I do have a question on your envelopes. Are they sorted by like zip code or street code? If you need to find an envelope, you get to withdraw them or you be able to figure it out?
Well, it depends. So when we initially get them in, once we.
Hey,
go
Debbie, why
towards-
don't you come more
Yeah,
by
well,
the mic so we can hear you?
Right, so the question was, do we have them sorted by zip code or some other means? And so generally what we'll do is after we have finished processing or verifying the signature, we're moving towards opening them. That's where we'll have them sorted. Generally, like for the municipal elections this year, we'll have them sorted by city. But then also for like federal elections, we'll have it separated by congressional district. So it makes it a little easier to find a specific envelope, but if there was a situation where we had to track down one specific one, then we'd have to at least know, okay, well, if they're from Orem, then we can go find the batches that were specific to Orem, but then we would still have to look through, I think it was it this year, 12,000 ballots, so.
So the whole, you can see whether there's a ballot in the envelope. I mean, I noticed, I think when I was looking at your, the sheet that lists the ones that were accepted, there was one that was an empty envelope. So when does that get picked up? When after the envelope's been cut and there's no ballot to pull out, or?
That one in particular would have been caught at that first initial pass when we first ran it through to do signature verification. The machine that processes those also has variances built into it that we set as far as width and dimensions. And so that one would have been rejected initially because it was too thin. And so we would have looked at it, realized it was empty, and then set it aside to contact the voter.
How often, so I'm curious about this, because I've talked to a lot of people who, there's like 4 people living there and they get like 12 ballots, right? Because people have moved or they had kids that live there and grew up and moved away and they still get their ballots. I'm just curious, I got a few questions on this. So how often do you pick up ballots that, you know, are incorrect or the signatures don't match? And doesn't it depend on how tightly you set those parameters?
That's true, yes. There is initially an auto signature recognition system that looks at all of those. So the ones that the staff are looking at are ones that the system had determined didn't match. But as far as ones that are at households where maybe, you know, residents have moved, or sometimes, you know, we'll have folks that have gone to college, go on missions. And so that is what we like to think is that's the responsibility of the folks at that residence to let us know. We don't really always know when someone moves. And so we do try to take steps to ask voters that if you do get a ballot for somebody that no longer lives there to contact us so we can spoil that ballot in the system.
I guess I'm just asking you proactively, you know, 12,000 ballots come in. How many of those ballots would you get something saying these signatures don't match or they're not close? And then what would you do?
That would be a situation in which we would set them aside and then reach out to the voter either by email, phone calls, postcard if we have to. And those would be represented in your stats for Canvas as the ones that were cures. So that's the situation.
So my question is, how many of those would you get
What percentage?
out of 12,000?
Well, can I tell you what, when my election, when it was neck and neck, there were about 120 of the thousands that were lacking signature or something. So I don't know how many thousand, but, and then they went down the list and they even, you know, we were able to contact anyone that I knew to say, make sure you contact the county to do that. Because I remember for Sam and me, it was so close. It ended up being a 12-vote.
And I guess that's the question, is that a stat that you keep track of, that you report?
It's one.
Uncured ballots basically is what they are, right?
Yeah, so that's what you would see in the stats, the both we have online and then also in the the word, I suddenly blanked on it. Canvas. In your canvas statistics, the ones that are the uncured ballots would be the ones, if you had uncured ballots and cured ballots, those in total, the number of ballots that were rejected initially. That separation then is who was able to called in or came into the office and was able to cure their ballot and didn't. But those two numbers in total would be the number of, out of those 12,000 ballots, those would be the ones that didn't pass that initial phase.
So I'm still not clear though. I mean, I understand the process, I understand how it works. My question is, what percentage, what number, 12,000 ballots? Do you have 100, do you have 500, do you have 1,000? And I'm trying to understand how aggressive your system is at catching these discrepancies, because it's not that uncommon for households to get ballots that nobody, those people don't live there anymore. So I'm just curious how it works.
I believe, I want to say this last election, the number of ballots that weren't passed through automatic signature verification, I want to say, and I can double check, I will go back and look and send you guys an email later tomorrow on that, just to get a specific number. But I would say, I want to say it was around 40% didn't pass that initial automatic signature. And so of those 40%, then we had to go through and manually check. And when we check those, we have years of signatures we can go through. I have previous ballot envelope signatures, driver's license division signatures, ones from your voter registration. And so I can look through all of those, but I would say it's not set so high that almost everything gets passed. It's actually something that we'll have to look at a significant amount of.
And of those, how many are you able to humanly verify?
A good amount of them. The system, I mean, the ones that we'll see, you'll see ones that are very closely matched. It's just a matter of where the algorithm said that one isn't quite a match. But everybody that does that in the office has been trained by the lieutenant governor on signature verification, signature matching. So they're looking at all the different loops and styles and the ways that you do things. It's actually really interesting.
Repeating the mayor's question, if 40% don't make it through the first shot, how many don't make it through the second shot?
Right, that I think would then be represented by the number of cures, because if we're not able to determine it in that second pass when we're looking at it, that's when we reach out to the voter. So
Okay.
that would be in maybe single digit territory. I want to say overall in this election, not just Orem, but overall county-wide, it was something like 48,000 ballots, if I remember right. I want to say we had in the hundreds of ballots that didn't make it through that process all the way. So it narrows
So
down.
you either looked at them, verified them, or you called the people to see if this is what they did, and just kind of worked your way through all that?
Right.
So do you have two people, is it called adjudicating those ballots then, those signatures, or do you have one person?
So we'll have one person look over the signature. If for some reason they also question it, then that goes to another staff member that then looks at it, so it gets escalated further. And then at that point, if we can't determine one way or another, then that's when we reach out to the voter.
And if you may not know this, but okay, so let's say it goes through and there's a ballot that clearly doesn't match anything. You contact the person and, someone has sent the ballot in that shouldn't have sent the ballot in. Is there a consequence to that person? I mean, I know there should be. I'm just curious if in practicality. how it works.
In the sense of like in that scenario that somebody has sent in a ballot for somebody that doesn't live at their house anymore, but they've
Or they're on a mission,
forged a
you know,
signature
that
or
sort of thing.
it kind of, I think it really depends situationally too, because a lot of the signatures that we see that aren't matching are sometimes, if they're the same residence, it's husband and wife who sign for each other. Or the biggest one that we see is missionary moms who are signing for their kids. And so in those situations, I think it's down to discretion of the clerk, but.
I mean, technically you can sign someone else's ballot, right?
Right.
You can't even do a
Right.
power of attorney, it says on
That's
the
correct, you
envelope.
can't even have power of attorney for it, so.
I do want to make a comment about the multiple. So this year I got a call from your office saying you have many ballots, you're gonna go. So they went over one by one with me, who lives there, who doesn't. So we were able to, they've moved, they're here, so someone is looking at the multiple ballot problem that the mayor was talking about. And mine was, I bet I had 8 ballots, but cleaned it down to 3, so yeah.
So when do you pull the voter rolls? When, someone didn't vote last presidential election, last municipal?
Well, that all happens during what I would refer to as an off season. Not that there is one in elections, because I know Aaron said he would have loved to have been here today, but we were still busy working on the ballots for November's election. So there's not really necessarily an off season, but throughout the year, we have staff that are full-time that are checking national change of address, weekly going through vital statistics and, removing deceased voters. And we've also got that partnership with Eric. So if you see move to one of those states that participates in Eric and registered there, that system will let us know to take you off of our voter rolls because you've now registered somewhere else. So it's kind of an ongoing process. It's not necessarily a set date and time that we manage it. It's a kind of a constant.
Well, so my question is though, and I appreciate that, that's a good answer, that's informative. If someone, do they have to not vote in 2 elections before you drop them?
I want to say it is
For one election.
it is 2 presidentials.
So 8 years?
Yeah.
Before you drop them off the rolls?
Correct. That's according to statute. And so, but we do that is a report that gets generated weekly also. And so those ones automatically get put into a holding where they're then removed.
And then I'm just gonna tell you my experience. We had one voter in our household that did not receive a ballot. All the rest of us got it. We all voted in the last municipal election, but this one voter did not get their ballot. What do you do in that case?
Well, definitely reach out to our office. We would have to look into it. It sounds like it may have been an address issue because a lot of that is pulled out by the precinct that you're listed in as your residence. So there may have been an incorrect zip code, so we might have put that in wrong or something.
Well, my child, this is one of my kids. They had received 2 years ago, they got the ballot, the mail-in ballot, but they didn't get it this year.
Yeah, in that situation, I'm not sure like specifically what that particular issue was, but I would say in circumstances like that, the proper course would be to contact our office. We can investigate it and then send out a ballot. So
Is there a deadline for that? Before
there is, I want to say it's a week before.
sorry, I'm putting you on the spot.
No, you're okay.
Could you make that
I'm-
a provisional ballot though, the day
Yes,
of?
you
Yeah,
could
they
also
do,
do a
but-
day of.
We did, but that was just very curious. We kept waiting for it to come.
How does Utah County compare? When you look at the last presidential election and you saw the chaos and insanity and accusations and everything. What you got down there looks very organized, very modern. It looks cutting edge. Can you give us a comparison of what Utah County is like compared to anywhere else?
Well, being a Utah County employee, having only worked with their elections division, I want to say gold standard, fantastic elections. I think we do a great job. That being said, I know that there are other jurisdictions in other parts of the country that use similar equipment. I know Pennsylvania, for example, has a lot of the DS-850s that you saw up there. The poll pads that we use to check in voters at our vote centers here are the same ones that they use in Georgia. So my assumption would be that a lot of those jurisdictions also follow the same best practices that we all do. So I would say that as far as comparatively, a lot of us all follow the same processes and procedures. But in terms of, I think, ability to organize and meet a challenge, I think that we're better than most.
So we have a 3-week return your ballot window,
Correct.
right? You're in your server, does anyone check the numbers throughout that time? How specifically is it just
So yeah, I
percentage
think
voters or is it who's ahead?
Right, so thankfully, we don't have to, because you're right, we are not like some other states where we have to hold all of those in a cage and wait until election day to start processing. We can start processing them as we get them. However, the way that the system is programmed, we're actually not able to view those results until 8 p.m.
And then how are they released?
So those ones are pulled off, so we'll generate the reports in the system once that's unlocked. And then we will transfer it to a USB. There's some folks in IT that will put it online for us, and we just take those results, those PDFs, basically across the hall to IT and have them uploaded.
And are there procedures in place to where that's the only way the numbers are released? No one makes a phone call and says, guess what?
Oh.
You know what I mean?
I mean, I
We
don't
have
know if there's a policy specifically written into code about it, but I know we generally, nobody that I know of would do that, so.
I know this year I had some sort of app that I could trace my ballot, find out where it was. Thank you, that was nice to know when it got counted. So that was new.
Yeah, I'd love to take credit for that, but that shout out goes to the Lieutenant Governor's office for that one, but you're right, ballot tracks is fantastic. I love getting those text messages myself.
But I have a question. So at the very beginning, that very first process, when you bring those ballots in and you go in that first machine, are those all ballots from the same city? Or is it just a bunch of ballots that have been collected and they just kind of all go together, they get sorted out in the process?
That's correct, yeah, they're all brought in from various locations, and so then they're just ran as a whole batch, and the sorting happens after the fact.
So one bag at a time, like I've seen them take it from our ballot box. You run the whole,
Well, with those pickup teams, they're picking up Warren, but they're also picking up the Provo Library, they're picking up Linden's, and so when they get back to the ballot center, they usually have 6 or 7 locations worth. Now, each one of those bags is individually sealed with a serialized zip tie ahead of time, with the number given ahead of time. So that way we have that security in place to show that that seal matches that location. But once we verify the security of all of those ballots, then they're all just put into one large set of trays and then ran through that way. Again, the end result of them being sorted through doesn't happen until that second pass.
and I saw a group picking them up once, 2 people, right? And I kind of watched them to see what, and it looked like they had pretty good protocols, right? They pull it up, they tied it, they had a clipboard, they were both verifying everything.
Can you explain how that track by vote application works?
To a degree.
Just as far as so people can understand,
Sure.
how they get the app and just what it does.
So yeah, there is an option on our website. So you go to utahcounty.vote and there's an option there to track your ballot that redirects you to the state website that signs you up for what's called ballot tracks. And what that does is we've got that connection with our print vendor. So when those ballots are generated and mailed out, you'll get a text message that lets you know that your ballot is on the way. Once you've sent that in, once we process it through that machine, that first sorting machine, once we have verified that that is ready to open, that second pass also sends that information to the state system that then will let you know that we've received your ballot and gives you voter credit for it.
So a question, an election ago, I believe it was, there's a man working in your office that also runs campaigns. Is he still an employee of the, I mean, that seems very bizarre to me. You'd have somebody working in an election office counting ballots involved with that also runs campaigns.
I want to say, I think I know who you mean, and if it's Taylor Williams, then no, he no longer, he was Josh Daniels' chief deputy, I believe at the time. Yeah, no, he's no longer employed with the county.
Did you put policies in place so that doesn't happen again?
Not that I'm aware of, but then that's a little outside my purview, so I'm not, I don't know if we've changed that, but I mean, it's definitely something we can address with the current county clerk.
Any other questions?
You're gonna get those percentages to Mr. Bybee, and he could share
Yeah,
the numbers that you were a little bit uncertain of, is that okay for him to share those?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Make one comment, the code provides that the city council can come down, without being in a forum, they can come down and look at your process, look at the ballots. Do you schedule that if the city council member would like to come down? How does that work?
yeah, absolutely. I mean, we do publicly post a schedule of events. We include ballot center tours. But if none of those times work, I encourage you to absolutely reach out to me and we'll get you scheduled. I'd be more than happy to take anybody down there, show you guys up close and personal how all the equipment works and answer any other questions you have. So yeah, absolutely.
And if the public wants to volunteer to be involved in the election as far as poll watching and all that sort of thing, how do they make that happen?
So for poll watching, we basically have a sign-up sheet there in the ballot center. So I would just encourage folks to come down on election night if they'd like to see the process, or at their vote center. They can also do that there. As far as volunteering, if they want to be poll workers or help out in the ballot center, we have an application on our website under forms. And yeah, honestly too, if anybody would love to help out, you know, we have an election coming up that's 2 days before Thanksgiving. I'm not sure how well we're gonna get volunteer turnout for that. So if you know anybody that would like to, I would definitely encourage you guys to sign up.
Yeah, that's one more question, Rick. I know, you know, you get some ballots in a week or 2 or 3 before, because as Lene said, there's a 3-week deal. And you release what you have at 8 PM, but my guess is none of those are the ones that get dropped off, you know, here, or they get mailed in the day before, or, you know, all those kind of things. So as we saw this time, it was there were quite a few that came in or were counted by you after that fact, but normally by Friday or the next Monday, it's pretty well a sealed deal. You know, as far as, you know, then can you give me some verification of what I just said? Hey, by Tuesday, we normally only have whatever, 60% of them counted. Maybe you'll have to give this number to Brennan. And then by Friday, we have probably 90-95%. Could you give us some idea, or am I just spitballing? You'll have to get back.
I mean, I would have to get back as far as like specific percentages and actual numbers. But in terms of where we're at in unofficial counts, it depends on turnout. This one was a little lower, so we were able to get a majority of that done. But you're right, usually that first release at 8 o'clock at night doesn't include a lot of things that have been dropped off that day. It should include a lot of what we had from the vote centers, because the digital sticks that are in those tabulators are brought at the end of the night. But that's usually when polls close, and so there's travel time, obviously, from say the Eagle Mountains Vote Center to Utah County Admin Building. And so those ones we try to release later on in the night, closer to 10 o'clock, maybe midnight if we can.
And the problem this time was tight because of Labor Day not being a mail day, right? So you got more in the day after.
Right.
Is my guess.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. That definitely changed up how that process, not necessarily how the process worked, but the end result of how those numbers get tabulated and how they get, you know, released at a certain point.
It can be a machine later, that's all.
Right, yeah, so, but thankfully, we've got that 2-week canvas period after the election, so we can make sure that every vote gets counted, and also gives voters a chance to cure their ballots still during that time frame. So we're curing them up until the day before the canvas is released.
Okay, well, thank
Can I
you.
ask one question? Do you do 8 PM, 10 PM release, just the 2 tranches, or do you do the third one at midnight?
It depends, really. I think it's more based on turnout. So if it's a heavy turnout, if we're looking at say 2020s or even 2022, you know, even the midterms were probably double what we had in this primary, then yeah, we'll probably do an 8, 10 o'clock if we can, and then probably midnight if we're still processing. But in cases like this primary where we have lower turnout, we don't have as many ballots, so we've gone through a good 80-90% of everything that we needed to tabulate, then we would usually be good at just stopping at 10 and then releasing the next day.
So how many states are on that software, the Access, you said Access?
Eric?
Eric?
don't remember the exact count. I want to say it's in the 20s.
I'd be interested in that one too, in the stats on that too.
I know recently, I think Louisiana and North Dakota dropped out of it, but still want to say it was more than half.
Okay, well, I appreciate you coming to see us and informing us on all that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you.
So
Thank
I put this out, these are from Tony's office, so each of the city council should have.
Okay, thank you, Teresa.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question, guys. I appreciate it.
I appreciate Tony saving us some drive time.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got it all on video, right?
Okay, let's move on to item number 3. Yeah, I mean, we've got an hour.
I don't anticipate taking the full 30 minutes that was allotted to me.
Yeah, we should eat while we're talking about sewer.
Yeah, maybe we'll eat after this.
All right, Mayor and Council, it's good to be with you today to talk about, to take care of some updates that we've needed to do at Public Works for a little bit of time. If you'll recall, I presented several months ago to talk about our pretreatment program and local limits. We presented at the previous work session some updates to the pretreatment ordinance. The next slide will review what exactly pretreatment is, because it may be a little fuzzy to you. But in that presentation, we recommended that we remove portions from Chapter 20, which address pretreatment, into Chapter 11, which is dedicated to health and sanitation. We also presented updated local limits, which are numbers, which I'll explain on the next slide, both of which were endorsed by you. And then we told you that we would come back at another time with updates to the 40-page Chapter 20, which deals with the Water Reclamation Code. So we're coming back to you to follow up on the updates that we are recommending to Chapter 20. So let's quickly review what we've already talked about when it comes to water reclamation. First of all, pretreatment. Pretreatment is a federally required program for POTWs to regulate pollutants at the point where they're created, in particular for industrial users. What this does is it protects the environment, and it also extends the life of our infrastructure. If we don't put it in the sewer system, we don't have to take it out. It won't cause any problems. So the city and all municipalities should have a pretreatment program. We developed ours over 30 years ago, and the ordinance that we discussed with you last time is patterned. Was included in Chapter 20. We've taken that out and patterned it after a model ordinance that the state recommends using for pretreatment. The ordinance as drafted simplifies our reporting process, makes it more efficient. And the proposed changes that we recommended at that time and still do should not adversely affect the businesses. Now, local limits is required as part of by the EPA in the 40 CFR, which is the Code of Federal Regulations. And what it does is it defines how much pollutants are allowed in wastewater discharge from certain industrial and commercial users. So certain pollutants like heavy metals, copper, aluminum, things like that, that we want to keep those numbers down because they're difficult to remove from wastewater flows. So we determine how much our treatment plant plant can handle, and then we allow industrial users to discharge a certain amount, an amount that we know that our treatment plant will be able to handle. What this does, like the pre-treatment code, is that it protects Orem's infrastructure and ensures that it will treat water effectively according to the permit limits that were given. Now, all POTWs or treatment plants are required to evaluate their local limits on a regular basis. And the limits that we proposed that we will be adopting should not adversely affect any businesses in Orem. So that gets us to the update of chapter 20, which is the water reclamation code. So what are we doing? What are we proposing to you that we do? We're not making drastic changes. For the most part, it's general housekeeping. We've updated some definitions to be a little clearer. We've standardized on terminology throughout that particular chapter. As I mentioned, we've removed references to most of the pretreatment regulations. So chapter 20 had a lot of regulations related to pretreatment, but we felt it was necessary to take those regulations out and put them elsewhere because EPA would have, I'm going to let Giles explain this because he knows it better.
With pretreatment codes, the jurisdiction for that is EPA through the state of Utah, so Division of Water Quality. Having the pretreatment code inside chapter 20 gave EPA and the state of Utah access to all of the requirements in chapter 20. So for instance, if we have 200 restaurants in Orem, they fall into this pretreatment category. We have to sample them 4 times a year. If we miss one sample in that year, EPA can come in and fine us for that. So by separating these out, we give EPA jurisdiction over the area of the code that they need jurisdiction, which is our industrial users. And we keep the rest of that under Orem's jurisdiction so that we can manage the programs.
It gives us more flexibility by pulling the pretreatment out of chapter 20 and putting it into chapter 11. That shortened chapter 20 a bit. We also, with this update, define sewer requirements for ADUs, for the auxiliary accessory dwelling units. And what we've done there is, if there is a parcel that has an accessory dwelling unit on it, and it was subdivided at some point in the future, we would require them to hook onto the sewer if they had not already. As it's currently allowed, they could tie onto the sewer system of the home that's in that on that particular parcel. We've also added specifically prohibiting flushable wipes. It's a term that we don't really like because by saying it's flushable wipes, it says, oh, this can be flushed down the toilet. Technically, it will go down there, but it does not help our sewer treatment plant and collection system. So we've added, we've simply clearly stated in there that flushable wipes would be prohibited from discharge into our sewer system.
And so for that to be effective, you have to have a pretty good PR campaign to get that out, right? Because I don't think some people would have a clue about that.
Exactly. And would we be able to catch them? Probably not. We did have an issue where we were able to
Probably
find.
not.
DNA sample, I mean, like,
We did have a situation where there was a backup in the city and there were just a few users that were on that line, and we were able to track that down and target a group of 4 or 5 homes and target them and say, hey, somebody's doing this, don't do it because it's causing problems. But if that was to happen on a main line somewhere, there's no way that we could target it. So as the mayor pointed out, a public outreach campaign to let them know would be something that we could do, and many municipalities do, because this is a common problem throughout the world. We also have provided some requirements for acceptance of a private sewer main to public ownership. If there's a sewer main in a subdivision that's been private, we're providing a way for it to become public. And then we're also enhancing the fats, oils, and grease program, which regulates restaurants and auto shops. Brent?
Reed, if I may, I'm told we do a PR campaign related to the flushable wipes, and as you might guess, bathroom humor gets, a little extra attention as we do those education. I noticed you did say do.
Well played, Brent.
Freudian, wow.
So the fats, oils, and grease program is similar to the pretreatment program, with pretreatment program focusing on industrial. This makes sure that restaurants and auto shops aren't discharging fats, oils, and greases into the system, because as you can imagine, those cause problems for what we're trying to do at the treatment plant. So the next steps that we will be doing, we will be finalizing these changes, working with the legal department to make sure that the document's buttoned up and tight, ready for public comment. Once that happens, we will go up to public comment for 30 days. We'll be working closely with the state of Utah, who has to notice the public about any changes that we make to our local limits and pretreatment program. Will likely piggyback on their effort in doing so. So we will be out for public comment will be the updates to water reclamation, chapter 20 of Orem Code, as well as the addition to chapter 11 for the pretreatment code, and then also the local limits, establishing the amount of pollutants that our treatment plant can handle. After the 30-day public comment period, we will review all of the comments that are submitted and consider those prior to seeking final approval from you. And we plan to bring this to you before year's end for final adoption. That's good. Yeah.
Timing was perfect. When we toured the facility a couple times, but one of the things I found out that eggshells are a pain in the neck too, and maybe other garbage disposal things are. Do we ever want to share that with the citizens as a whole? Like, if you have, I'm not aware of it. But hey, it's easier if you don't throw your potato peels or your eggshells or other things. I think it would have some positive impact, but I don't know what we've done there or what your thoughts.
Yeah, I would feed at.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever done anything about food, it's just always been about. So there has been a statewide campaign coming from the wastewater section that basically says only 3 things belong in a sewer system. It's the 3 Ps. Pee, poop, paper. That's it. That's the only thing that should go into the sewer system.
But we're not educating the public.
We as a city have not actively done so, but could.
But to Tom's point about eggshells, I mean, anyone who has a garbage disposal is gonna get more than the 3 things you talked about, right?
Right.
So how do you bring that together?
So
You encourage them to put it in the regular
Yeah.
garbage, right?
if you don't put it in the sewer system, we don't have to take it out. It saves the city as a whole money if you, instead of putting those potato peels or the eggshells down there, just scoop them up and put those into the garbage, regular garbage, and then rinse your sink out. I know that my family had a habit of taking leftovers to the sink and just washing them right down the garbage disposal. It's a simple solution when you're cleaning dishes, but it's not best for the treatment plant. If we could just simply percolates into the garbage. Anything that's left in the sink, catch it in the little strainer and toss that in there. If it
And it's
doesn't go
much
down,
better for composting.
so if we don't put it down the sewer system, we don't have to take it out. We don't have to take it out. Makes us more efficient.
So you're saying generally nothing significant should go down to garbage disposal, right, except a few.
Ideally, yeah, just rinsing things out. You've got a half a can of tomato sauce that you can't use yet. I'm gonna put it down the sink. I'm not, if I was real particular, maybe I'd freeze it or I don't know, but yeah.
Those types of things, the saws and that's not gonna hurt the sewer system at all. What's gonna hurt the sewer system are the solid particles that you're trying to put down those garbage disposals. Anything that you have to grind up has the potential to hurt your sewer system.
So somehow we have to clarify that, right? Because I think it's mushy in everyone's heads as far as what that means. And so if we're gonna educate people, if we care about that, then we should.
Yeah,
say it.
until I tore it, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were like, I'm assuming 90% of households just running things down
Yeah.
disposal.
Right.
It's easy to get rid of.
Now we don't, because I'm informed, but I'm one of very few. We are 120 of the informed citizens.
So Mayor, yeah, just a suggestion. I think, are you the senior singer?
Dave and I are tied.
You're the same? So maybe Tom could do a video showing those disposable wipes and what you should not do.
Yeah, but maybe not.
And then he could show some of these other things about what's wrong.
So
And because he's a senior, or unless these guys
I
want to.
think
do it
senior,
if you will
assign it to the juniors is not.
I'll be happy to do it as one of my final acts.
I know, very
But I
well.
need Pete to be clever on what I'm supposed to say. It's gotta have humor.
if you'll jump on YouTube, there's an actual video, it's called What Not to Flush.
Okay.
And
We
it
might
goes through
defer
this.
to that, Debbie, that might be more distinguished exit.
You don't need to walk on eggshells around Debbie.
Okay, I'm willing to see what the campaign is and then I'll give you a.
I have plenty of
Run it past
dad
your
jokes I can throw in.
Yeah, I
I'm
need to
willing
do dad
to not
jokes.
do it.
I can be memorable, I don't know.
So Mayor and Council, so we actively and aggressively promote this educational effort with all of those restaurants and other industries that are heavily regulated. So they know when we go out there on a regular basis every year, every few months, we say your BOD is really high. In other words, you're probably discharging too much of your food waste products down. This will help you. If you scrape everything and put it over here, you can rinse off everything else over here. What I'm hearing from you is that we need to probably extend that effort citywide, and we can work with Pete in doing that. There is a product that is out there that is called, excuse me, the language here, but it's called Shittens. And what that is, it's a mitten that is it's a real product. I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up, but it is something that people buy and then they can wipe and flush. So that's something that the industry has actively promoted not to use and to not use in there.
What do you do after you wipe?
You flush.
Oh, you flush it, I thought. There's multiple uses or?
No, it's a one-time use.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the extra frugal person.
So in this industry, there's a variety of strange things like this. We can actively promote this. I just, if there are no more questions with this, I'd like to make an announcement too. And that is that our dear friend Giles Dempke is retiring and resigning from the city of Orem, not retiring. He's committed to continue down in this industry, and this path is going to be working for Mount Olympus Special Service District. And we're gonna miss him dearly. We have a commitment from him to continue to work with us on an as-needed basis, and I've committed to at least 20 hours a week on your behalf, right? So
For the next 15.
15 plus minus, you know. No, he is actually committed to helping us through a few significant challenges that we have at the facility and with our water reuse plant and project that's going on right now.
his heart and soul is into this industry. And I can't say that everybody that leaves an organization has that level of commitment that Giles has. So I'd just like to say thank you, Giles, for committing to getting us down the road at least another year and a half or so. With that said, also, I have Ryan behind Terry back here, and the mayor. Ryan Johnson was just announced today as he will be Giles's replacement. So he'll have 5 weeks to do some job shadowing over this next month or so before Giles leaves. Ryan has come to us with over 30 years experience in the wastewater field and industry. I've known Ryan for 29 years. And he is a highly motivated self-starter who has excelled in so many ways and is very capable. And we look forward to working with Ryan. He has our full support. So just wanted to make you aware of those changes. Thank you, Chris. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we've got a lot going on in the next few years in this area, right?
We do.
So,
Yeah, we'll be coming to you with updates for this code update. We're also finalizing updates to our master plans on both sewer, water, and stormwater. And you'll recall that we presented the capital facilities plan for the water reclamation facility, which is another reason we want to keep Giles close. He's been so influential in making it working with the engineers who drafted that plan to make sure that we are upgrading and improving our plant to meet current standards, as well as to make improvements to what is an aging facility. And so you'll be hearing more from us in around near the end of the year, beginning of the year. So,
Chris, may I ask, what's the timeline on our water tank? 10 million? Are we on schedule? Are we?
yeah, we are on schedule. And in fact, I'd say about 20% of the walls are up right now all around the perimeter. We're going to be taking you on a tour of that in about 2 weeks at our next council meeting. Yeah, if you want to go, we can provide a virtual tour, but it wouldn't be as exciting as going down there. We can drive you down into the hole and show you that, but it's on schedule right now. There's a lot of ancillary projects associated with that, including major trunk lines and drain lines and water lines that are going in right now in 8th South and 6th West that are underway. And then the well is developed. Of course, the building's not done. The building and the pump house won't go in until after all of the work is done at the tank and the underground work there.
So what's the estimated completion date?
It's at least 1.5 years for the entire project.
Are you worried about weather slowing you down, or?
You know, we haven't had any challenges or delays with respect to weather. We had a wet spring, but we're able to manage through that. I think they're making good progress, and so they're on track right now. We're pleased with the work.
same with the water reuse facilities moving right along as well. So we're on schedule for that.
Last time we took you to the water reuse facility, there was nothing happening. You'd be amazed at what's going on there right now. So we can give you updates, maybe pictures or videos or a drone attempt, providing a virtual tour there as well.
Looks a lot like this hole out here, only no foundation yet.
We have several of those around town. Yeah. Okay, well, I appreciate that.
Thank
That
you.
update. I think what we'll do is, our agenda is pretty simple tonight, so I think we'll just run through this. And then we'll take a break and we can grab some dinner. Just running through this. Okay, we've got item number 1, the city council will review items on the agenda, that's this. Item 2, city council reports, boards and commissions. This is an opportunity for the members of the city council to raise issues of information and concern. We don't have anything, right?
We just kept doing that about once a month, so we did it last time.
Yeah, I reported last time.
Okay. And so we start with our regular session. At 6, there'll be called to order invocation, and Teresa's gonna do that, right? And then Carson's gonna do the pledge.
Yes.
And then we've got the mayor's report, item number 6. There's a recognition, 6.1, Why I Love America. And Pete will present the winner of our Constitution Month essay contest. And then item 6.2, we have a presentation by the Library Advisory Commission. And they'll update us. There's been a lot going on with that over the last several months. We'll get updated on that. We'll have personal appearances for 15 minutes. Well, there's 15 minutes allotted for them. See what we got. Item number 8, we're gonna have a resolution on a healthy Utah community. We talked about that last work meeting, right? We got item number 9, resolution adopting transportation master plan. Sam Kelly will present that to us. We'll see where we are on that as far as how the council feels, if they feel like they've got enough information. And we'll decide if we're gonna take a vote on it tonight.
So Mayor, should that say incumbents or should it say anyone that's elected? Which one to fill that out on this 9.2, it says requirement for incumbents. If someone's newly elected, that would be the similar requirement for them as it would be an incumbent, correct?
Right.
So
It's, yeah, it's anyone who's elected.
And how far back are we going on that? First of this year, how far back are we
The
going?
last report you filed.
And so for some of us, 2 years.
2 years,
2
some
years,
4.
some one, because they would have just got elected again or not.
Yeah, so that, I don't know if, Jake, it says for incumbents on here, but it's for every elected official, right?
Yeah,
Yes, I think it was just intended to not conflict with the campaign disclosure requirements for those that are running.
But if you're elected, if you were elected a year ago, you're not an incumbent, but you still need to comply with. Correct.
sitting members.
So for Terry and Debbie, they go back 4 years?
Yep.
That's the intention? I don't know where Jake is.
Did he explain that last work meeting? That's what he said.
I thought it was an annual thing. I'm filling in for Jake. And a good looking fill-in you are. Do you know how far back we're going on this?
Well, it's from your last report.
And so, and then after it's annual.
And then thereafter it's annually, October 15th. October 15th is the date to kind of do the makeup report.
Okay.
Then annually on August 1st,
okay,
you would do a report of everything in the intervening time.
You'll send out some form that helps. You'll create a form of some sort.
Well, yeah, it'll probably be similar to the one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So the concern with the term incumbent is someone who is already elected and running again, rather than just having to run for
Campaign financial exposure for city elected officials.
I don't know if does it say in the code or just in the title? But we weren't able to get the code out to you in time for the things that happened with like. So that's why I put the code on everybody's spot. So see if it says there.
Elected officials, it says elected officials.
Okay. But maybe we just didn't get the title.
Sure. That's right. Annual contribution disclosure by elected officials.
Okay. All right, then item number 10, communication items. Don't know if there are any, and then city manager information items. Anything you want to go over tonight?
Yeah, I just had a few things that basically just wanted to thank for those of you that were able to make it to our Harvest Festival yesterday. It's always a well-attended event, and in the fall, we always have events were really quite well attended. I just wanted to remind you of, so coming up in a couple weeks, on October 9th is our Orem Fire Prevention Night. October 14th, we're doing a Orem Eclipse Magic Show. Both of these are season mark. Orem Truck or Treat event, which is super popular, which is kind of a combination of touch a truck, trick or treating event. That'll be on October 21st this year. So on a Saturday. And then our Orem Lights On is currently scheduled for November 27th.
This will send us all calendar advice.
Absolutely. And then I just get it with how we're recognizing the contest winners with the Constitution Month and with the Why I Love America contest that we did. I figured you'd like to know that we had enough interest, enough positive interest in this effort that all 360 copies were at our library were requested. So, positive, well accepted. And or
So is the contest an essay or is it, what was the contest?
it was an essay and an art one.
Okay. I saw the essays. I read the.
So and that was all I had, other than we also have Councilmember Dave Spencer's birthday coming up on this Friday on the 29th. We heard from many of you that you thought it might be nice to move forward to recognize birthdays just during our meal break at the end of our work session.
Happy birthday.
So is our dessert
40, yes.
part of dinner? Dessert part of dinner?
Did you ever think you wanted
Yes,
to be
some fruit. Yeah.
Okay.
So then treats are in the fridge and then Dave just new little thing you've been
No
doing
way.
is giving a little gift or things that we thought you might be interested in.
It's over $25 shit for you, buddy.
About for that comes from our fleet department. Okay. Then Kansas City Chiefs. So
Absolutely.
you and Taylor Swift.
You guys way before Taylor Swift. Well, thank you. That's awesome.
So happy birthday.
Thank you. So how old are you gonna be? I'll be 62. Oh my God. Oh, my good friend Skip McCorder passed away at 63.
We're glad you could just remember where to come tonight to find the.
My wife pointed me in the right direction.
All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting and then we'll have some food and then we'll be back up at 6 o'clock in the council chambers. Somebody like to say a prayer? Okay.
Heavenly Father, we are thankful for the opportunity to meet together this evening. We pray that this food will nourish and strengthen us. We pray that we'll be sensitive to how Thou would have us be and the things we should do to make Orem a better place. We're grateful for the opportunity to serve, and we say this in the name of my Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. That's right.
They brought it, they go. It's awesome. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's not. Is that one of these? Good. Jason's kind of he likes the flat trim, kind of that style, and he designed that, and I'm probably.
That's what I thought, but I'd like to double check. Perfect.
Thank you.
So I think they put that.
You gotta get those.
It was fun. Reasonable, right? They're probably stacked with dates, they all have. Was Robbie Bosco one of them? No. They're normally pretty good golf. Dale Murphy had a rough day. But we started out pretty slow. One of them was, had a pro from, an assistant pro from, I want to say East Bay. It's okay, I mean, I got a birdie button on that, so you're good. I think I end on a good note.
Cheesecake.
That's my neighbor.
That was gluten-free and,
Yeah. If there's something I potentially eat, I will be back.
oh, it's still on my chair.
Sorry, dude.
I found one, Dave, I'm good.
You found one?
Yeah, I got it.
I don't lie. September is.
It is, Tuesdays, I keep up salads and apples.
I know, he's over there.
So if you want to get there.
You help me.
You know,
You hate all
I know she's excited about
You were
doing
flat.
it.
Oh, September is my.
I want to get on the city committee, it's supposed to.
So I know, oh, that would be like, you know.
Somebody's got to buy
That's a good idea. Maybe it's a good beats. Like go to the business.
Get something to make a little stronger muscles.
Boy, could you use pizza? Wow. Didn't even know.
Well, my other kids had already learned Spanish. So we're all looking at Spanish roots. And then, yeah, all of the numbers of days a week. And my daughter is Cindy's there, Spanish, French, Creole, Scottish. She said it's Spanish. So I'm like French, conservative. So this is what we're asking, talk about Spanish. You know, the Lord knows.
No, I have the flyer. But Jeff was asking. You could be starting at 8:30.
Yeah, yep. So I could, where to go? Mesa. Before Mesa, it's just my neighbor, I was saying them. It's still pretty bad.
So maybe.
Yeah, I was more involved. Also such exciting things. Just because they're so large. They were just, how many of us, 8 or so budget analysts.
And what you're.
Like a public. Yeah, my bachelor's, I did my bachelor's. And that was a PR, yeah.
No, I don't know the first name, but I do know that.
Hey Dave, grandson, your sports, you see that? Look at your little thing, it's all red. Isn't that awesome?
That is a.
Someone really thought of it.
Yeah, they're really. Depends on where you go to.
Mine would have marks that
Just
just
the
marks.
thing. Director, like some people are.
They go to the ballet.
They go into their. Yeah. With an emphasis.
My mom used to go to-
They want to go work for a city that has.
How about dancing in space?
Yeah.
Now I gotta draw a line.
That's I love working here so far because I get.
It was interesting, I'm not gonna lie.
Debbie, it was weird.
It's not signed up. Right, yeah,
I saw it, I never know.
so I love it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not really, I'm not a lover of modern, but you know, whatever.
It was sort of like, I had to run. I ran away.
And they're running.
Well, when I went to.
All on the floor.
I started with Maryland.
So here and here, and when I stand up here. Yeah. If you want to sneak out it, you should say that.
Are you ready for the truth?
Yeah. I see something. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. Do we know the password to this TV, this computer? What's the log? Council chambers. The one in the past, it was. I'll get the guideline. It was. Password database.
Wow, I met her in her house. You were saying she is, so that's cool. Way to go.
He was like 10 years younger than me. He was That would be awesome.
They won't separate. It's bad.
I don't know if she actually. Yeah. I'm just. You are. Very.
Good, how are you?
Actually.
Look at crap in my teeth.
Also, I think we're gonna need your charge code. This thing's not gonna make it. You bring it, or you need.
I'm just juicing it up for a minute. Pass it over. I've got half, so I could.
So you saw that master plan in 2010?
It's gonna
No,
have,
you got to look at that.
right, but it's gonna have to be on.
I mean, it's been around for last year. I read it 2 years.
So you need to charge right now.
Well, no, we can just plug it in over there. It's not-
Their power.
I think that's a lot of good ideas.
That's harder.
Yeah.
I knew I left it here. So I didn't pass that gravity.
I think we'll be okay.
Your number 7.
I gotta move this thing back. This thing is way too close. Have we gone too far? How's that? Test, test.
You're not gonna fix we do some crap. We have a nice bike lane. Yeah. We still. It's better. Well, that's true, that's true. You do that, specific places, trying to make it more obvious. Still. State Street's not gonna be the answer for bicycles. Some people want to eliminate alternatives and just have walking traffic. It seems like taking the alternate streets, and so like that's strange for us. If they can figure out a way to really nice.
Put it all together.
Not that I don't trust you, but in case I verify.
Trees and all that. And that's nice.
So basically, we'll just bring like part to this, and then but it looks like yours is a.
So if I actually stood all the section. Make it on the street. Just on the right side going north. Then take the other lane and turn it into a path. Wall. I doubt it. You see him in a lot of places.
Test.
You know, I don't know. Some way to create something. Isolate like yeah.
Test.
Just Doug. Yeah, and I think where I read. The extra speed. What's going on?
Basically it's just around Cascades.
Just better roads.
Test.
This website called Okay, so they talk about a stroke, you seen that one?
Oh, yeah.
And so I thought that was really cool. That's great, I'd like to drive on this. Yes. And then
Test.
Well, yeah.
thanks for the report.
This is the.
I'm gonna ask you if you heard something about that part.
Probably good chance.
Less than a year. He was with Provo for a long time. Yes. Went to, so you have to retire for over a year out of the system. So what would Howard Lewis and Pearson for about a year or a few months, hated billable hours, took a job here. Well, good. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the transportation master? What the planning? I don't think we ought to ever have a free exit off of there. I don't care about the overpass. I don't know. Yeah, but there was also talk of an interchange there, which is crazy, 4 blocks from the other. You know. So we can go. Huh? Yeah, I think so.
We'd like to call this meeting to order, and we'd like to welcome you all here tonight.
We're going to start out with an invocation by Teresa McKintrick, our city recorder, and then a pledge of allegiance by Carson Hardy, that's an analyst here at the city. So we've got a couple of our great city employees helping us tonight.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for the opportunity to gather here at City Council, and we're grateful for our elected officials who work so hard for our city and give of their time. We're also grateful for the employees that help to keep the city running. We ask for thy guiding hand as we go through the agenda, that thought and careful consideration will be taken into the matters at hand. And we love thee very much. And we say in the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to item 6.1. And Pete Wolfley will make this presentation.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. It's my honor and privilege.
I mean,
I really mean it. When I say it's my honor and privilege, I mean it. And I apologize about that.
Don't we have great employees here at Orem, right?
So what I'm here to do today is, it's been Constitution Month all of September, and we've been celebrating it in different ways. And two of the things that we did was we had an essay contest and we had an art contest. And so we're going to present both the winners for the essay contest and the art contest tonight. And we're going to start with the art contest. So first up, we'd like to welcome Abigail Hunsaker up here. Abigail, come on up. Over here, Abigail. So we have a certificate for her. We'll hopefully be able to pull her art up, but she drew a picture because the thing that the Constitution means to her is the ability to express herself. She loves the freedom that she has to write. She wants to be an author when she grows up. And so she loves that she lives in a country by the Constitution that allows her to do that, and she can express herself through writing. So congratulations, Abigail. And here's your little prize. So we have a little certificate and surprise me, and just go ahead and have a seat. And then we'll take a picture with all the winners with the council. And then, so Abigail was our kid winner. And so for our adult winner in the art contest is James Sands. And he's here. Come on up, James. And James is a photographer, and he has this really cool photo that he took of the American flag on the side of kind of an old barn that's titled that our flag was still there, right? And so he was our adult winner, so certificate and some prize money for him too. Congratulations. Go ahead and sit here. Okay, now we'll move on to the essay contest winners, and these were judged by the council, so I appreciate your participation in looking through these essays and reading them. So first up, we'll start with our third place winner, Rio Barney. So the topic was how the U.S. Constitution essentially affects your everyday life, and so Rio had a great essay. Thank you. Our second place winner is Leah Collins. Is she here? Thank you, Leah. And one of the great things about Leah, I was chatting with her, and she did this as to show a good example to her 7 children. And so she's here showing that when you participate in things like this, you can win. So congratulations. Thank you for your participation. And then our first place winner for the essay contest is McKenna Epperson. Is McKenna here? Oh, come on up, McKenna. And McKenna's, as you know, McKenna's essay was excellent, and we appreciate all of our winners. So let's get together. We'll go up and take a picture with the council and document this awesome moment. Go up there on that. Oh, yeah. All right. We got 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Yeah. So we will post the essays and the art on our website, and it'll be there on the homepage. And then we'll also do some social media stuff about it. So thank you all for your participation. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you for that, Pete. All right, item 6.2, we have the Library Advisory Commission that would like to make a presentation. Bryce, you're going to come up and lead that.
Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity today. It is also our honor and privilege. Yeah, just one. All right. To be with y'all today. And really, I'm just excited for the opportunity I have to introduce our Library Advisory Commission Chair, Jonathan Wyas. And the library has had such an incredible and very busy 6 months. And so obviously we're not going to try to recap everything, but really we wanted to spend a few minutes sort of recapping a couple of our most popular and busy programs from over the summer. I think it really communicates the impact that the Orem Library is having on our residents and how many, this is not just a few families, this is thousands of individuals coming together for some of our reading programs, our summer reading program and everything like that. And so I'll turn it over to Jonathan to walk us through here just a couple of slides as soon as we're ready get the okay from Pete.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's a great honor to be here to represent my fellow commission members and library administration, librarians and staff, and all the hard work that they do. Like Bryce mentioned, we want to highlight today just some of the great work that the library has done, especially with the summer reading program and the adult reading program. The summer reading program went from June to August, and we had over 1,000, close to 2,000 participants from all different age groups. They're not showing up here on the top, but I'll just kind of run through some of this information. We've had, there we go. So in all age groups, we had great participation. Of course, the younger age group, 0 to 5, many of those were being read to by their parents. This is also a great thing. Parents, grandparents, and probably brothers and sisters, but we counted those minutes that they were being read to. And some of the maybe 5-year-olds maybe also reading as well. And we had great participation across all age groups, especially that 6 through 11. As far as kids was our greatest age group. They had great participation there. Almost 1 million hours read. It went down for the teen years, which is understandable because they are very busy with work and other activities going on this summer, but they actually had the highest completion rate of all. And the adults also had great participation and most minutes logged, which is great to see across all age groups. And because of the success of the summer reading program in years past, many adults in the city, myself included, were a little jealous and wanted our own reading challenge. So the library listened and presented that to us this year. This is a year-long challenge. The summer reading for the children is just for the summer months. But this adult reading challenge has been going since January. And the goal is for those participants to read 15 books from 30 different categories, I believe. If you want to be a completionist, then you can do all 30, but it's just 15. They did a really good job, the librarians, in planning this to really highlight different authors and genres. For instance, you could reread your favorite book was one of the challenges, or find a book in the library with a green cover. So it's a very wide range of activities that participants are able to do. We've had over 1,000 participants, and they've read, probably at this point now, over 5,000 books have been read by these adult participants. And that leads us into our Orem Reads. This is a program that's been going since 2007 here in the city. And we will be starting this. The kickoff will be October 2nd, which is Monday. And the book this year will be Frankenstein. And completing this book will actually help you complete one of those 15 categories. One of those categories will be completed if you complete this. And this is just an activity that's been great, and it's been shown to really be a uniting activity for the city. So that happens, the kickoff is on October 2nd at 7 o'clock here at the Library Hall. And there will be just a great different variety of events throughout the month. As you can see, it's kind of small there, but they're from the kickoff to the closing event on the 30th, which will be a book tasting, which I've been told is not eating books, but to learn about, if you like Frankenstein, to hear about just different books that are similar, that you may also want to read. And you may have also noticed that there are council members and mayor that you have your own copies. So we'd invite you to participate as well in this event. And that's what we have. Are there any questions from the council or mayor?
I just want to say thank you for your work in getting people to read more books. I was in the publishing field for years, and books are something very near and dear to my heart. In fact, the beautiful thing about books is you can travel anywhere in the world without actually leaving. And so I just want to say thank you for the great work that you're doing there, and I'm looking forward to reading Frankenstein. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I too wanted to say thank you. I have participated many years in your Orem Reads. I have, I don't know, the Ballad of Frankie, whatever, and the other ones. And I appreciate the emphasis and then the fun events. I think it's great to have an annual book that we all read and then come together to discuss and have events. So I think we have a great library, and I want to give kudos to your committee as well as our librarian who curate all of these great opportunities and events.
Yeah, I'll just say thank you as well. I know we've had a lot going on in the library, and the library commission has been really integral to getting the library to where it needs to go. So I think you guys have put in a lot of time and done a great effort. And thanks to Bryce for spearheading that too.
Glad to do it. We are very fortunate to have a very talented and passionate library advisory commission. And it's been fascinating to meet with them and learn from them and the rest of our residents, the issues that they're seeing. Councilmember Lamson, you mentioned, the importance of reading, and I've been fascinated to learn about the trends in illiteracy, not necessarily that they can't read, but that they don't. And so I love seeing things like Orem Reads and our ability to add these social elements, these community elements that really help the books and the material come alive. It's been fascinating to see that balance of the materials that we have and what we're able to do, but also how we can create access and remove barriers to participation. So very fortunate to have such a talented staff and a dedicated and enthusiastic commission to support them.
And as the council member that serves on this commission, I'm the liaison to this commission. It really has been a joy to serve and to see the passion for learning and for books. I love books. My husband wishes I would take them all to thrift store, but I just love the book in my hand.
And just to hear the engagement that's happening at the library, the different programs, you know, our makerspace, so many things that enrich our community. And I just want to thank you, Bryce, for your leadership and our library commission. I see some of you in the audience too. Thank you for your time. It makes a difference in our community and educates our community. And when our community is educated, we're all lifted and have a better place to live. So thank you so much.
Well said. Well, thank you all for your time today. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the personal appearances part, item number 7. And I'll just read what we're supposed to read. Time has been set aside for the public to express their ideas, concerns, and comments on items not scheduled as public hearings on the agenda. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to show respect for those who serve the city. Comments should focus on issues concerning the city. Those wishing to speak have signed in should have signed in before the beginning of the meeting. And I've got their names on this list. And it says, please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. And we'll start out with Justice Thomas.
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to be speaking on regarding the transportation master plan and my experience as both a bicycle commuter, one of those referred to in our pedestrian and cycling master plan as a fearless bicycle commuter. I'm riding most of the time, all weather, all kinds of roads, and also I won't be speaking officially regarding my job, and but my personal experience speaking with parents as a routing coordinator for Alpine School District, I get to speak to a lot of families who do not qualify for buses, and I get to hear these parents' concerns and how they feel about their child moving throughout Orem City when they're not inside of a vehicle, which we know that children cannot drive. We know that parents aren't always able to drive their children to school, and we as the school district can't always bus them. So what do these children do? How do the parents feel about them getting to school on their own? And I can say that my general experience is that parents are pretty frustrated with me as a routing coordinator with the district, and just secondhand with some of the safety concerns that they have for their child. Most of the parents that I talk to, they live probably, while they don't qualify for busing, their kid probably could bike to school in less than 10 minutes, sometimes less than 15 minutes. But when I suggest that as an option, a lot of them are pretty concerned because they either don't feel that there's adequate safe cycling routes for their child, or they feel it's too far for them to walk, because we do have great sidewalk in the city, but that's going to be a 30 to 40 minute walk for a lot of these kids when it could be a 10-minute bike ride. And I volunteer I've just recently started volunteering with the bike bus, where we go through the neighborhood and we pick up kids and we're taking them to Cascade, and that's been a really fun experience, but it's also been a little spooky, even with a bunch of grown-ups on big bikes with lights, and a whole gaggle of children. There's some cars that go pretty fast. There's some cars that go pretty close. These kids are pretty wobbly. And comparing my experience just biking through the neighborhood with the bike bus with these little kids, and going on the Murdoch Canal Trail, which is just a fantastic biking asset that we have in this community. I see all kinds of little children riding their bikes up and down that because, parents feel pretty good, I think, about something that's disconnected from the road and that has clear crossing sections. So I'd like to see that focused on for the transportation master plan and made a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Jolly.
First, want to say thank you for having the public comments. Last time I was here, the screen was shut off and couldn't see anything until it was posted later. So glad that hopefully it's running live. Yeah. So one reason that I've wanted to present is in support of the library and efforts that it's made in the past that have received criticism from a lot of different sides, particularly displays with Heritage Months. That I benefited. I've attended this library since I was a kid, and I've had a lot of opportunity and exposure to things that I normally wouldn't have even thought about reading. Like I went out there before the meeting and there was a mental health section, you know, there's a display on the Constitution for the month of September. Also happen to note it's Hispanic Heritage Month and there's nothing for that. And so I've kind of wondered, you know, what's the purpose of the step back? I remember reading an article about a little girl that was quite impacted by seeing a display that represented, you know, people that were more like her and just being very welcome in the city. And I think that that's a huge point of the library is it welcomes a lot of different types of thought and it welcomes exchange of thought and liberality. And so I'd like to see the library continue to move in that direction. It's one reason I continue to patron the library as an adult. And I want to raise my kids here. And part of that would be fostering. And they're going to come from different backgrounds. And I want them to have the opportunity to learn about people like them that are different and different ideas. And so I'm hoping that that can continue to be a point of coming together rather than a point of contention. And that when people bring up, you know, concerns that can be taken seriously as opposed to discounted. Because I think all of us feel pretty lousy when our point of view is discounted and just seen as a, you know, fairy fluff. And so I appreciate all that you guys do. And I'm glad that this place is still here. There's a lot of people that I talk to and they don't even know why we have a library now. You know, they want to rip it down or they think it might be a waste of taxpayer dollars, but obviously it's doing a pretty good job. So I'd rather see, you know, the ideas of different librarians and staff taken seriously. And I appreciate those of you that champion that. And even if we can't see eye to eye on everything, that we can, you know, if we can celebrate the Constitution, I hope we could celebrate the people that it protects and defends, because it's just a piece of paper without the people. So thanks.
Bennett Cookson.
Okay, I'm talking in support of investment in making Orem more bikeable and more walkable. And a lot of things like it are addressed in the, there's a bicycle plan from 2010. There's a lot of really good ideas in it. I try to ride my bike as often as I can. I enjoy getting around outside, exercise. I think it's a good way to get around. Also in support of e-bikes. I think I used to ride my bike before I had an e-bike, but having an e-bike allows me to go a lot further and more often. And I think it opens up to a lot more people that can ride bikes. So as far as making it better, I support what the first gentleman talked about as far as having isolated roads. Murdoch Trail is like the perfect trail. I think that's the ideal that we would seek for. And I think that something like State Street, even if you added more of a bike lane, you did things, there's not really any way to make it very good for bicycling unless you can reduce all the traffic that goes across all the entries. I mean, someday if it was just, you know, sidewalks and grass, that would be great, but it's not. So I think the focus would be alternate routes. And I think even to the extent of I've even made a proposal for things like Orem Boulevard. If you could make it a one-way street in some sections and take that other half and make it a dedicated multi-purpose lane, you know, or anyways, think out of the box. I think whatever we can do to make dedicated spaces throughout Orem, I think that's good. Let me just mention two things that probably no one's thinking about as far as that. One thing is about having neighborhoods. It's good to have, I have local orchards in my neighborhood. And they're threatening, I know that Orem City doesn't really have any authority over the water with the canals because you don't control the canals. But if they're threatening to reduce the water, and if they did, it would eliminate orchards in the area of local shopping in my local orchards, and then also eliminate maybe some of the big trees I have in my property. I have irrigation water, and they're probably not going to survive. And so I think Orem may want to speak up on that because I think it's a public good to have that irrigation water. And the other issue, probably the other biggest hazard with biking is the thorns that grow on the sidewalks. And I don't know why they're so dominant, but they grow over the sidewalk, go over the roads, and that's one little thorn will take out a bicycle. So I may be extra attention in maintenance to spray out those thorns throughout. I've gone and pulled some, but there's a lot. So thanks.
Ashton Jensen.
Hello, good evening. I'd also like to talk a little bit about active transportation and just a quick story to illustrate a point. A couple weeks ago, I live right by Winco, and another friend of mine lives right on the opposite side of 8th North. So I crossed walking to go visit him. And as I was crossing back, I came up on a little old man who was kind of shuffling towards the intersection, and I said hello. And then he arrived at the intersection, and I was surprised he didn't keep going along. And I said, "Are you going to cross the street?" And he said, "Yes, I'm going to Winco." And that worried me a little bit because he was shuffling very slowly. But the light turned, the walk sign came on, we started across. I walked really slowly because I wanted to be kind of close to him and I was concerned about him. I reached the other side and there were 7 seconds left on the counter, and I look back and he's halfway across. So I kind of panicked. I run back, I offer him my arm, and together we shuffled a little bit faster together across the remainder of the street. The light turned green while we were still 2 lanes from reaching the other side. And credit to all the drivers, nobody moved, and they let us reach the Winco side without pressuring us at all. So number one, that was a testament to me that drivers can be very respectful of pedestrians and cyclists, and that safety is important to everyone, even more important than the rush that everybody is in nowadays. Those cars respected us even as we were in the middle of 8th North during their green light. But number two, it made me realize that some of our infrastructure is failing pedestrians. This old man can barely get to a grocery store to buy some of his essential needs, even though he lives less than a quarter mile away. I bike almost everywhere as well, like some of these other gentlemen that spoke. And without the barrier of being inside a protective steel vehicle, I would venture to say that I can observe the behavior of other drivers better than most. And one thing that I see all the time that scares me is drivers are using their phone so often. Just crossing 8th North again to get here. I was waiting at the corner, waiting for the walk sign. And I just watched 2 drivers come up to the red light on the right turn. They have like their phone in their hand the entire time. They make the turn, and immediately as they're making it, they're like back on their phone. And that scares me. And it's not just for pedestrians, but that's endangering other drivers as well. So I'm wondering if we can't do something to encourage safer driving. When the right signals and the right infrastructure is there, drivers can be so respectful of pedestrians. So many people drive in Orem, but we are all pedestrians at some point, and putting some of those safety features in place would protect us all. So that said, I throw my support behind updating the active transportation plan, which has been mentioned. It's been years since an update. We're all pedestrians at some point, and I encourage infrastructure to protect us. Thank you.
Romay Allen.
Hi, I'm Romay Allen. I live here in Orem. Been here for a long time. Love it. Thank you all for your service. I appreciate each of you. I've been able to meet most of you. I know Jeff. I appreciate all of your service and hard work for our city. I have two petitions here that I would like to ask the city council, the city planning commission, and the boards to evaluate, see if they would be valuable for the city. The first one is to reduce some light pollution and some of the bright flashing light signs that we have in the city. There's 4 that are really problematic and make it, at least 4 that I'm aware of, that make it really difficult to see at night. And I've come across people walking on the sidewalk or walking on the street and crossing, and the lights are so bright, it's very difficult to see pedestrians. So if we can put in an ordinance to reduce the amount of brightness at night after dusk, we've got a lot of signatures. I have 78 more signatures on my online petition, but my computer crashed before I could print them out. So second petition, I've been researching this topic for the last 7 years. It's about the telecom companies and their overreach into city. Right now, there's a bill called HB 377 or 3557, sorry. And it is the federal bill to give telecom companies complete control over how many cell towers they put in, the many towers they put in. They don't have to notify residents. It precludes cities from having any say in where they're placed, how many are placed, how powerful they are. It takes away some of the environmental concerns. The FCC just lost a lawsuit because they are ignoring the last 30 years of research. There are over 3,000 studies proving harm, not only to people, but especially to children and to bees and trees and all of that. There's 3,000 different studies that they're ignoring because it's $1 billion a day business. And they put a lot of money into our state legislature. Our state passed legislation that limits how much the city can say and what we can do. But I have a document here that I would like to have the city review. It includes all the different ordinances that other cities have put in place to protect residents. There are locations where cell towers are safer. They should be in industrial areas, not in school grounds where kids are, because kids absorb 10 times the amount of radiation. So our request is, with the two petitions, is that you look at this. I have the top attorney in the country who's willing to meet and do a working group with the city to just educate and to help with the wording on the ordinances. If you choose to put them in place, we'd ask that you do that. I had 1 second. Thank you. Who do I give this to?
Thank you. Next, Thomas Cook.
So I prepared these several weeks ago, but because of family situation, I wasn't able to make it into here until today. So with that, hello, my name is Thomas Cook from Orem. I want to start with apologizing that I'm reading my comments. I always try to look a person in the eyes when I'm talking with them, but I do not want to miss any of my comments. And by the way, these are my comments and was not encouraged by anyone other than my wife. So with that, I want to thank, my first and foremost comment goes to the mayor and city council, as well as the city manager. Thank you very much for doing such an outstanding job of serving our Orem community and citizens. Y'all are truly attempting to keep Orem as a family city USA. The fact that our city taxes have not been raised while parks, buildings, water resources, and a plethora of other benefits have come to pass during your administration is nothing less than phenomenal. And any Orem citizen that cannot acknowledge all the good that has been done is not paying attention whatsoever. Second, I want to thank you for giving all Orem residents the opportunity to vote on our own school district. I know this is kind of a dead horse, but I prepared these a few weeks ago during the primaries when it came about then. If someone or some group thinks it's a draconian move by the council to give the citizens their constitutional right to vote on such a significant issue as this, they do not fully appreciate living in a constitutional republic. And by the way, yes, I did vote for it, and it lost on the ballot. But that was determined by all voting Oremites and not a council of 7 or a special interest group. The fact is, they gave us our constitutional right to vote. Unlike 45 state legislators and a governor that told 3.38 million Utahns they're changing our state flag. So again, I thank you. This last comment is for my fellow Oremites. I beg all Orem residents that can vote to pay attention to the upcoming November City Council elections. If you truly appreciate living in Family City, USA, and all the good that you experience and find here, do your research, make sure you're registered, and get out and vote. Otherwise, there's a tide out there that wants to change what we have, and it's not for the good. So get out and vote. I beg you. Thank you.
Okay, just before I forget, Gary, that information that Ms. Allen brought over to you, if you can
Yes.
make sure that gets out to the council, that'd be great.
I will.
Thank you. Next, we've got Heather Fry.
Hello, and thank you to Jimmy and Abby and all of those who participated in the Why I Love America contest. And thank you to our council, our mayor, and all the city staff who serve us so consistently. I also love America, and I love the freedom to speak as a concerned citizen and resident of Orem. I had one thought about us or Ashton's comment. I think you should talk to Miro and do another public service announcement to help us understand and learn about bike safety and lane safety, because Miro, our woolly mammoth mascot, would be a lot of fun. I think I liked the public service announcement about the parking on a cul-de-sac. So that's just a little pitch. Last week brought Orem into the spotlight across the state and nation. The incivility exhibited afterwards through social media revealed a well-orchestrated symphony of complaints, accusations, and insults that presented a disdain for open dialogue, no respect for differing views, and an egregious lack of truth. I express appreciation for the mayor and city council and city staff. I especially want to acknowledge the continuous efforts of all who pursue truth, even when it goes against our biases. My statements last week addressed truth and the need for the pursuit of truth. I was not the only one. Not one person later has sought to approach me through dialogue, just attack through social media. There was a whole lot said online, and it is heartbreaking and demoralizing. Mayor Young, you are not perfect. I know, shocker. None of us are. But I believe you care for Orem and for the truth. And that's what you were pursuing. I am so sad for what you and Miss Grant suffered last week and what our city has suffered over the last 18 months. There are people in our community who say their goal is to bring us together, but they are the ones who are tearing us apart. Thank you.
Shauna Meekum.
Hi, thanks. Like many of you, I've lived in Orem for a while. I enjoy going to parks and entertainment and UVU. Probably different than some of you. I do most of those things by bike. Have my 3 kids on the back of my fancy e-bike, which just allows us to connect to things so much faster than regular biking. So I'm here representing Bike Orem. Our goal is to improve the social and physical health of Orem families by making Orem more accessible, safe, and comfortable for walking and cycling. Basically, we advocate for family-friendly streets. If your kids and your grandparents can bike and walk and feel comfortable doing so, it's going to work for so many people. As we share this goal with folks, many reminisce about their younger days and taking off for hours to their friend's house on their bike, or someone had a newspaper route on Main Street. What? And that's something that we can have again. If I could get a number to stick in your head, I know numbers kind of go through my mind all the time, but 50% of all vehicle trips are 3 miles or less. That is a leisurely 15-minute bike ride. That's half of all trips on the Wasatch Front. The Transportation Master Plan update has some wonderful information and thoughtful plans for the future, but like the Transportation Advisory Committee has said, we can't build our way out of vehicle congestion. But what we can do is perhaps get some of those people out of vehicles by making it safe and comfortable for them to bike or walk. Bike infrastructure is way less expensive than vehicle infrastructure. I mean, 200-pound bike plus person versus 1,500 pounds of vehicle. It's less expensive to bike. It improves physical health and it improves social health and independence, especially for our kids. So it's to Orem's credit, they had the first bike plan in Utah County in 2010. And it's really time to give that a big overhaul and make it part of the Transportation Master Plan, so that instead of being a nice thought, a little plan that kind of sits on the shelf over here, it's something that we really integrate into all of our planning and budgeting. So I think that there are many things that we have in common. And so let's find that common ground and create family streets for Family City. Thanks.
Timo Christensen.
My name's Timo Christensen. I just had a few thoughts with the Transportation Master Plan update that's on the agenda. First, I want to say I agree with every point the Transportation Advisory Committee made in their cover letter for the plan. We can't build our way out of congestion. We need to prioritize active transportation, and our transportation network needs to be managed responsibly, both fiscally and socially. That being said, I had a few thoughts of issues that need to be addressed with transportation in this current update to the plan and an existing street network and in past work. I seen that safety seems to not be a high priority or concern in designing our street network and help people get around, especially for non-vehicular road users. In 2010, there was that bike and pedestrian master plan, which included a great solid vision for better plans for maintenance for streets so that people can more safely and comfortably walk, bike, take a scooter, wheelchair, however people get around. I think it needs an update. It's been a while since that went in. I personally bike just about everywhere. I'm one of thousands of people in Orem who do. And a fair number of those people, not an insignificant portion, are children or their parents who are needed to get to school. In just the past year, there have been plenty of stories of kids who got hit by cars on the way to school. There have been dozens of people who have died on Orem streets in the past few years. And I think there's an issue that needs to be addressed there. It's pretty clear that we need to care more about safety for all road users, because safer streets for anyone make safer streets for everyone. And I mentioned kids getting to school because any street a kid can walk on is a street anyone can walk on. I would like to see support from the council for efforts to implement a new transportation and active transportation plan to reprioritize safety in our street designs, so anyone can get where they need to, how they need to. I'd like to see building family streets for Family City. Thank you.
Stacy Golding.
Hi, I'm Stacy Golding and I love Orem. I attended high school here, graduated from UVU, taught school here for 10 years, purchased a home, and now I'm raising my family here. I'm proud of how Orem has changed and improved its amenities through the years to meet the community's needs. My family enjoys the incredible parks, library, splash pad, rec center, mall, and farmers market. We travel to all these places on my cargo bike that fits my 3 boys in the back. More and more young moms like me are choosing cargo bikes over the minivan. We're seeing the incredible personal and societal benefits of transporting our family by bike. As we are out riding around Orem, I hear the same reaction time and time again. Wow, what a cool bike. I would love to do this, but it's not safe to ride here. Orem is sadly known for its terrible traffic and congestion. We have all these amazing amenities, but they're being overshadowed by our crazy streets. Orem has a huge opportunity to be known for our family streets and Family City USA. I realize your job is difficult as you try to appease many interest groups. You have to sift through information to know which changes will move the dial in Orem's well-being. And I get it, not everyone is a bike person. However, tonight I would like to share the research on how creating bike infrastructure positively impacts everyone, even non-bikers. So first, biking infrastructure boosts the economy. Cyclists tend to spend more money locally compared to motorists. They are more likely to stop at local businesses. Biking paths increase our property value and attract businesses to the area. It reduces traffic congestion and reduces travel times. It reduces crash and injury rates for all road users, which is wild, you guys. It reduces it for drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists just by having protected lanes added to the streets. It improves our air quality. It creates a healthier population. When you have those safe bike lanes, people do bike, and then everyone's emotional well-being and physical well-being increase, and that decrease our healthcare costs. It reduces the demand for parking, so it frees up space for green spaces and for more commercial use. It helps with equitability and accessibility for people who don't have the chance to own a car or drive a car. It impacts the climate in a positive way, and it increases tourism and recreation, where people travel to our city to bike and to experience that. In summary, investing in bike infrastructure, which costs pennies compared to road projects, doesn't just benefit those who ride bikes, it creates healthier, more vibrant, and more sustainable communities that offer a better quality of life for everyone. Thank you.
Elisa Merrill or Morrill, or correct me.
Yeah, my name is Alyssa Morrill. And I'm also making a comment in support of a new active transportation plan. I have 5 kids, my oldest is 11, and we all bike almost every single day for transportation. I wasn't a biker for most of my life. I got a cargo bike 3 or 4 years ago, and it really changed my life. I mostly bike for the mental health benefits. I'm a completely different person than I was before. The way it freed me from a lot of like helplessness and depression to get out in my community with my kids really was, I can't overstate how life-changing that was. So I'm a huge supporter of people getting out on their bikes. And I am going to read my comments so that I don't waste our time going all over the place. So a lot of areas in Orem are a delight to bike in, but most of those don't connect to utilitarian destinations yet. And we bike for utilitarian purposes. State Street in particular is a nightmare as a pedestrian or on a bike. All the cities around here use Orem State Street as an example of what we don't want in our community. It is unsafe and it's very unpleasant. Drivers are often super aggressive. When people are confused about how to behave because of poor infrastructure, they can get nervous and angry. So it's not uncommon for drivers to cut me and my children off intentionally, to honk, to drive very fast and close and threatening ways, to make threatening gestures and to yell things at my children when we're not doing anything wrong. They're just like, these people are rude, period. But this is a product of bad infrastructure. And if we had good infrastructure and people, it was very clear how everyone is supposed to behave, then pedestrians and bikers are going to behave in ways that are not offensive to people, and cars won't feel that nervousness that makes them aggressive and unsafe. So on State Street, a bike thoroughfare with a curb that is fully separated from the sidewalk and from cars would be ideal. We also need crosswalk lights and obvious painted roads where cars intersect with the bike route, and a tree buffer between cars and sidewalks or bike walks would be ideal and excellent. Lots of people have to walk or bike on State Street to access bus stops, to access necessary stores, and we should be able to get around safely. Making State Street safe and accessible for those of us already out there will benefit all people who would like to walk and bike, but don't feel that the risk is worth it. So as has been stated, making this investment would be good for building community and good for local businesses. I'm here in a space that I've never been before. I'm studying how to be involved in the city and that kind of thing because of being on a bike. Like, it's made me care about Orem. I frankly didn't care about Orem before I was biking, but now that I'm out in it, I care, and I'm invested in what happens here. So it'd be really good for everyone here. I know lots of people who leave Orem to walk around the Riverwoods or downtown Provo because they've made it inviting and safe, and it would be really great to have that option here. So please support a new active transportation plan. Thank you.
Last, we've got Jessica Isbell.
Hello, I am a new resident of Orem. I just moved here about 3 months ago, and my daughter attends Cascade Elementary. And the first couple of days of school, I was planning on driving her because there's no bus in our area and it's only a half a mile away. But when I realized how congested the school is, there's only 2 ways in and 2 ways out to get to the school. I had met some friends in our neighborhood that said, hey, just ride bikes with us, we're going to do that. And since then we have changed our route 3 times because we were taking 800 and we were almost hit by cars were swerving around us, there's cars parked on the side of the road, and I'm from a community in Ohio where biking isn't a new thing. So I'm also a new member to the biking community, trying to teach my daughter bike safety and, get out and be active. And so with cars parked on the side of the road and no bike lanes on the 2 main roads that lead to the school, there's no safe way to get to the school. So we go 4 streets away, go around the neighborhood. And it just doesn't seem feasible when there's clearly ways that we could do that. So I don't know much about the transportation plan, but I am a part of the bike bus for Cascade. And we do have a lot of kids that are just learning and trying to be safe and learn bike safety. And I know the schools are trying to promote that as well to help with congestion with dropping kids off and picking them up. And so I would just suggest that you guys look into that, and maybe bike lanes or no parking signs during specific hours on some of these specific bike routes to not just Cascade, but maybe other schools are having the same issues. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you for all your comments. And those are heard by the council, and we'll take those into account. Let's move on to item 8.1, which is our consent items, which on the consent agenda is just a resolution to have a healthy Utah community. Someone like to make a motion on the consent items?
I can, Mayor. I move that we approve the consent item, a resolution of healthy Utah community.
I'll second that.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the consent items pass. Thank you. Now we'll move to item number 9, as far as our scheduled items. And we've just got 2. The first one's fairly involved. We've got item 9.1, which is adopting the updated City of Orem Transportation Master Plan and amending the Orem City General Plan to include the updated City of Orem Transportation Master Plan in Appendix F. Sam, Kelly, would you like to present that to us?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'd also like to introduce John Dorney. He was the consultant with Horrocks Engineers who we hired to help us update our master plan. And also just as a word of announcement too, he's also going to be our transportation engineer come Monday. So he'll actually be our full-time transportation engineer. The presentation that I just brought the same presentation that I gave to you guys in the work session last week. If you'd like me to go through that again, I can. In the meantime there, I have given you guys the resolution that Planning Commission had forwarded to kind of be a little bit more specific on some of the items they wanted removed from the Transportation Master Plan. Ryan Clark and I also developed that list of advantages and disadvantages to some of those projects that we had discussed in the work session. And at this point, I can go through the presentation, or we can go ahead and I can entertain some questions, because there really hasn't changed in that last week. So
What would be your preference, council? Would you like to go through this presentation, or?
I'd like to maybe do some questions because I think we did fairly go through it. I don't know how you guys feel.
Mayor, if I may, perhaps you could point out some of the differences since his last presentation, that which the Planning Commission recommended and those which he agreed with or perhaps didn't, so we could focus on those, because you did do a great job a week ago presenting this, if that's good for you, Mayor.
Okay, let's just go high level on the presentation, just high level.
Okay.
But then let's talk about, different questions that everyone has.
Perfect. So just to refresh, this is an update. We started this in 2022 of the master plan that we initially passed in 2015. We updated the data to current conditions. We did some updates of base traffic counts, looked at roadway levels of service, some cross sections. We eliminated the State Street master plan elements out of the plan. We moved up the travel demand model from 2040 to 2050. Incorporated some of the MAG Transplan 2050 recommendations, and then also did what we could to update some of those costs, and those costs seems to be changing every month. So I'd imagine the costs we have in here are going to be less than what they are right now. High level, we look at the WFRC's travel demand model that's coordinated with MAG. We take their model that essentially spans from Payson up to Brigham City. They look at some hotspots, intersections and roadways, mainly the higher classified corridors, and they look at some choke points. And then with that, they develop projects, and then those projects are identified in the plan. And then once we get to where we feel like there's a level of service that's failing, which is an E or an F, we'll go in and do micro simulation where we use BISM and Synchro. Here's where we have traffic count locations. There is the blue, red, and the green. It is hard to see where we had some of them updated in the same areas just to verify that those counts were good. Here is our existing roadway network where we have classified your principal arterials, essentially as State Street, 8th North, as well as University Parkway, minor arterials, and urban collectors. We also have identified all of our signalized intersections and the Hawk signals. We talk about level of service. That's one thing that we talk about a lot in transportation. We go from A to F, and our acceptable is going to be D. Anything below that is where it's going to be congested, and then it gets to a point where maybe it's F, and then we look at how much it's actually delayed beyond what it is right there at that minimum threshold. Here's our current existing level of service for our corridors and our signals, and they're identified with green being C or better. D is the acceptable, which is yellow, and red is going to be level E or worse, and that's both for the corridors and the intersections. Here is a population map for Transplan 2050 when we looked at our 2050 projections, and these are our TAZs, our transportation traffic analysis zones. And that's your to and from trips. And then a lot of that data is collected from census data. So we take that map and then we coordinate that with our own planning folks to make sure that the zoning, population, and things like that correlate. So we kind of calibrate it and make it specific to Orem. Here is your 2030 no build level of service. looking at current rates that we have right now as far as growth rates and current counts, and identifying your acceptable and your not acceptable levels of service. Then you get to 2050 with more growth, and you can see, I can kind of go between both of these, and you can see some of them are on state facilities like 8th North, University Parkway, and State Street. Some are going to be on some of 16th North as it creeps to the east, as well as 8th East as it goes to the north.
So can I just, because you said something that's very interesting,
Mhm.
as we get more growth.
Mhm.
So that growth is not Orem growth necessarily. It's growth around us because we're pretty much built out.
Not necessarily. I think they're looking at population centers, and I think there's a guess and a crystal ball that there's going to be density in Orem, possibly. If I had to guess, I don't know if. I think they're looking at current zoning, but we're also, I think, projected to build out to how much in population, Ryan? Do we have we have a build out capacity of, I think, 130,000.
Yeah, I thought it was like 120 something is what the state's projecting. So that's what numbers used in the model. But there's also, with the growth in Linden, Vineyard, and Provo will continue to come through Orem. So on those state facilities, we're going to still see a lot of pass-through traffic.
Okay, so it is outlying cities. And under the model that MAG is using, that there will be high density in Orem.
I think to Ryan's point, I think there's a projection of how much growth is going to happen. Then I think to his point too, as the other communities around us grow, that pass-through traffic, if their growth increases, the percentage is going to stay the same, but we're going to have more volume. And then as that volume is on those state facilities, you're going to see Orem residents using some of the other corridors, and some that used to use State Street to go north and south and commute. Maybe they're going to go around on 8th East. So I would think the traffic patterns are just like water. If there seems to be a little bit of a choke point, it's going to figure out a different way to go. Okay. And some of that pass through could go to some of the other corridors as well.
Okay.
So Councilman Mellett, to your point, it is a projection, and it is based on what current zoning is. So if there's undeveloped land in Orem, that's been taken into account. So like the southwest area that hasn't developed yet, or vacant parcels that are in the city. But we've now learned that through the new census data that Orem's population actually dropped. And you and I have had that conversation, but we've actually done some research and kind of confirmed on our own that the numbers the US Census has come up with are looking pretty accurate as people have aged out of Orem. They've grown up, they've moved out, and the elderly are still in their homes. So we're actually have seen a little bit of a decline.
So that's because we're in this trend, right? That old family, I'm an empty nester now. I used to have a bunch of kids in the neighborhood that I contributed to the neighborhood kids. So that's what you're talking about then.
Yeah. And who knows how that trend will change. It could continue the way it is, or we could get young families moving in as the elderly move on. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
And just the unscientific pushback on those numbers is just the traffic doesn't reflect that at all.
Yeah. And I think a lot of the traffic in Orem that people are frustrated with is the growth that we're seeing in Vineyard. If you go down to 8th North, Center Street, 4th South at 5 p.m., all you have to do is see the backup going into Vineyard to see how many people are coming to shop in Orem. Mm-hmm. So as a former economic developer, I love traffic because it means they're all coming to Orem to buy products and get sales tax in Orem, which means we don't have to raise property taxes. So it's kind of like good and bad, right?
So Mayor, I'd like to go back to Tom's question that he asked Sam. What's the difference between the Planning Commission's proposal and what the city's proposing?
So what the only thing that we have changed or we have added to was this sheet of projects that we wanted to go ahead and pose the advantages and disadvantages. Staff agreed with the removal of 8th East and 16th North, those projects east of State Street. I'll get that correct this time. And then also the corridor of 8th East. But we do feel like the other projects have some merit. And we just wanted to show you those options if the projects were to remain in the plan and if the projects were to be removed. And if you so choose to remove those and agree with what Planning Commission said, we're fine with that as well. So
what's the difference? What are you proposing that they didn't propose? There's the two overpasses. I mean, just. Can you
Yeah,
just-
so what they had asked for is they had asked to remove the 8th South I-15 overpass. And that was actually a project that was listed in the TMP, a phase 1 project that is at $116 million, cost plus inflation. Typically those projects, even though in the plan it showed that it really wasn't clear on how much would be in there for a soft match. But a project like that over a state facility, the state's going to recognize that it has a benefit to their corridors that are neighboring. They will participate in a large amount of that. So that's why on that sheet I put in there to be determined, because right now that project's in limbo, because the city right now we're deciding whether or not to keep that. The state, it actually ranked pretty high in their priorities. It ranked high. It's a phase 1 project, and they see where it's going to add some benefit both to their facilities as well as the city of Orem. 12th North, that was considered a hotspot in the TMP. Back when we widened I-15, we worked with UDOT at all of the underpasses, both 4th North, 4th South, 2000 South, and we wanted to make sure that those were built such that if there was growth in Vineyard, that those could be widened to a 4-lane facility. Part of that as well was to account for an overpass at 12th North. So when they built I-15 through that area, they lowered it so our structure would not have to be so tall.
So where does 12th North go to?
12th North would cross over into the area that is now being developed in the Williams Farm area. So essentially it would likely serve, because Vineyard in that area is looking to zone it as an industrial or commercial type area. You can have folks that live in Orem that would use that route to commute over, and or the other component to having this, both 8 South, 12th North, is it now affords those folks in those areas to utilize Geneva Road to go north and south instead of having to go to State Street to go north. If they needed to commute, say to doTERRA, they, instead of having to go to State Street, now they could go down to Geneva Road and they could have a direct access. They wouldn't have to go to 16th North. They wouldn't have to go through the interchange and or go down to 8th North. They can go up and over to 12th North to a signal and go straight. So you're utilizing some of the other corridors versus going to our major ones. So essentially it would just be servicing citizens of Orem. That's what both of those are for.
Is that the major differences between the planning commission and, or are there other differences too?
The other one too, they also talked about 8th West as a hotspot, and I've identified in there is an area of 8th West between 4th North and Center Street that is narrow. It's not even to our collector standard. Considering some of the comments that were made earlier, there are bike lanes north of there and south of there, but this section is substandard. It's built more to a local street standard, even though it's a collector. It's pretty dangerous in that area, especially on garbage day. You have a lot of parked cars, 34 feet of asphalt. You get your garbage can out there. There's a school close by. So that's really an area of Orem that it would be best to suit Orem in widening that at least to 46 to 50 feet of asphalt. And that could be done by property purchases or by reducing parking. But it's one of those items that is actually kind of a choke point in Orem. So that's why I chose to keep that one in there. The 8th West connection to UVU, it just affords another connection to UVU. That's, I mean, that's probably the easiest way to put it. And when you can do that, then it takes traffic from other spots and just helps spread out some of that traffic load. The other comments in there were to connectivity. Essentially, we have it, the way it states in our transportation plans is that we would like to see stub roads and other properties connect. It helps with traffic circulation. There's also some side benefits for utility connections. Even though we can do that through easements, it just allows that utility to be in a roadway so we have access to it. Not just for cars and residents in that area to have different points of access, but also for our emergency folks, if they can get in and out and respond a lot quicker. So instead of keeping that in there saying that they shall do this and they must, it's reducing that language to a may, and it's making it more subjective. And And for us, we want to have things connected. I mean, the beautiful part about Parkway, as I've been told, is that you can go ahead and access all those businesses because all those parking lots connect. You don't have to go out to Parkway, and you can come at it from a side street. And the opposite of that is State Street. You have a lot of businesses that don't connect. So in order to go and access from one to the other, you have to pull out to State Street and come back in. And to the comments that were made earlier, you have all those access points. And as much as it makes sense to have some sort of an active transportation facility there, it's quite dangerous with all of those driveways. There's too many conflict points unless you were to put them in the middle, which is a challenge as well. So in order to make something safer, we need to have connectivity. So that's why we support having those things as they're defined there in the TMP.
So
And
can I
then-
make one quick comment about your connectivity on State Street? So is that something, because I've talked to you about that, right?
Yes.
Is that something that MAG would fund? Because what we're looking at here is we're not looking at a street issue. We're looking at connectivity between businesses. So we can mirror that same thing that's on University Parkway, which is business agreements, businesses agreeing to connect their parking lots or to connect their land, basically.
You know, it's interesting because Ryan and I met with the director. I can't remember what her title is, but the state now has $45 million annually to put towards active transportation. And that's one of the things that I thought about is it would be great if those dollars could be used to exercise some sort of eminent domain or incentivize these businesses to connect so we could reduce access points to make these things safer. There's a big push for it, but it's going to come at a cost. And that's one of those things. If they have dollars and we can put together a project, we work with planning to reduce parking restrictions, because obviously to go ahead and make those things connect, you're going to have to eliminate parking stalls, right? Because right now, both of those properties line up back to back in its parking. So in order to make those connect, you got to remove them somehow. So yeah, it would be great to see these things and actually be able to use that money for that.
Can I just make one comment too? I don't, just kind of to make the public aware. So what's almost been a year and a half now, 2 years, when we we stopped the State Street Master Plan as a council and replaced that, where we returned it to a commercial, professional office, retail sector. One of the things that Debbie and I were quite passionate about was beautification. And to the point of the person, Alyssa, I think, who spoke about adding more trees on State Street, that was our goal. We added an extra, I don't know, remind me, where's Jason? 10 feet, was it, Jason? 15 feet of setback from the street. So State Street could evolve into this area that was safe for bikes and was beautiful with trees and landscape between State Street and the buildings versus the State Street Master Plan, which had this concrete jungle of just the building right there, the sidewalk, and then State Street. So to me, the piece that fits into that is just what we're talking about. If we can get MAG to help us to create this connectivity between our businesses, to add that active transportation there, we'll have the beautification, we'll have the active transportation and the separation there. That's where I would like to see us go after the money right now, is to help us revitalize State Street and create these better connectivity and better opportunities for our residents.
I agree.
Does that seem like something that you say you think that money's there? Are we going after that?
The money's there, but I just don't know what sorts of criteria. And right now, the way it's written, there aren't any eminent domain rights with trails yet. So that's one big hurdle that they have to come over.
And I'm just going to stop you because I don't like the word eminent domain. To me, I think we just, seek out cooperation. We can, if these businesses see us assisting them revitalizing their properties, it's a win-win.
Sure.
If I could add, council member, I wanted to say, we're not advocating for eminent domain. We've never done eminent domain in my 25 years here. But what we can do is, if we have backing in our transportation master plan for that connectivity to take place, as properties redevelop, we can require those connections or those future connections. So for example, down where they're putting in the new Quick Quack on 800 North. We have worked with that developer to have them stub out a future south connection to the properties along 800 North on the north side. So if they redevelop, then we can get that connection between parking lots so that people can visit those businesses without going out onto State Street or 8th North. So that helps us have a little bit of teeth when they redevelop.
So Sam, last week you said something, I was kind of wondering what that meant. You said these are politically sensitive. You were talking about the transportation plan. What does that mean? It's politically sensitive.
Well, I mean, for me, I work with numbers in data. And when I start seeing congestion, when I start seeing levels of service dip and get below, and I see that there's going to be a problem, I'm always looking for a solution. When I looked at 8th East, there was obviously some planning in mind, knowing 8th East from 8th South to Center Street has been on Meg's RRTP for quite a while, and it's been identified in phase 1. When the church sold the farm there and they redeveloped, we made sure that they set aside some property for us to go ahead and continue that corridor to the north. And that's probably going to happen, but all of a sudden there's folks that get scared or whatnot. So to me, I guess when I see the numbers support that a project needs to be there, I'm always looking for a solution. Now, I don't need it to go to 7 lanes like Center Street, from State Street up to, or from I-15 to State Street. But I think a 5-lane or a 4-lane corridor isn't necessarily a bad thing. Understanding that there's obviously people that probably would disagree with that. But I look at what 16th, I mean, and I relate this all back to my experience with 16th North and what I've seen on 8th East and 8th South in those areas, and they do move cars. There are gaps. And I think ultimately I'm trying to provide a good service, to the citizens of Orem. I understand that there's a lot of pass-through traffic on State Street. I understand that there's a lot of pass-through traffic on Center Street. I deal with it coming to work and going home. But when I look at some of the other corridors, north and south, and it's just being able to provide the folks here other ways to get around within the city without all of a sudden, oh, wow, 8th North or 8th East is becoming way congested. Now I'm going to go to 4th East. Now the folks on 4th East are going to feel that pain too. And then it just seems to move and move and move, where if we were to go ahead with some of these projects as they're identified, I guess that's just my thinking, just because I look at that corridor already has a lot of traffic, and I'd hate to see them go ahead and push that onto other neighborhoods, because then I think you go from, I know there's a concern about how it damages neighborhoods, but I think if you let it go for too long, I think the damage goes a lot wider.
Mayor, I have several comments. Should I let others, do you want to go first? No.
Well,
if others want to go,
yeah, let's just spread it out a little bit. But then we'll come back to you, Terry. Tom?
Hi, a lot of east-west spots, east-west traffic has bigger lanes, i.e. Center Street, 8th North, 16th North, 13th South, and 8th South and 12th North are both fairly narrow roads. So I assume that was part of the Planning Commission's concern to do an overpass there and create more traffic on those relatively narrow roads. Is that a safe assumption on my part, Sam?
I would think, yes, that there would be a concern for additional traffic utilizing those areas, yes.
Okay. And most of the comments today were not from car drivers. They were from bike riders. And I think some of them are still here. I know a couple of them had to leave. Does this plan take care of bike riders? We talked about some of the streets, and we talked about this last week, and some of them echoed that they're not particularly safe, and they're not all going to go clear up to the Murdoch Canal and drive, which only goes from 8th North to the end of the city anyway. Are any of the, would you say this plan takes care of bike riders who want to go north and south?
Looking at the corridors that we have, 8th Westwood, the project that I added here, the widening from Center to 4th North, that would actually connect those lanes through that facility.
Anything on the east side of town?
The east side of town, I look at, there's nothing off the top of my head. Most of those facilities are wide enough. I guess the consideration would be when you're looking at active transportation, it's going to be looking at removing parking.
Okay.
It would be because in order to create somewhat of a buffer for that bike lane, you would have to do some sort of parking restriction. If not, then you would have to widen the road.
And I'm guessing I have more time in the saddle than any of my contemporaries up here on a bike. And I feel pretty safe going north and south on 8th East or 4th East. It's State Street. I'm as scared as many of you for riding on, but any of the corridors, 4th, 8th, whether east or west, I'm fairly comfortable riding on. Is that fairly echoing? No, you don't take as many risks as I do. Thank you. You have children on the back of your bike. I just have me. I'm well insured, so my wife's fine of me driving on those streets. So I just hope we do something for bike stuff. Sorry, I know I got 4 applause and many don't care. I get that, but we got to do something for bikes along the way too. But I'm not sure bikes on State Street makes a lot of sense. I realize trees, et cetera, would be lovely, but it's not an inexpensive solution. So if we had a north-south solution that wasn't State Street, I'd feel great. I'd feel good about that.
Right, but Tom, they've asked for State Street.
I know
That's
they
why
have,
we-
and I'm just telling
That's
them
why
I'm
we
not-
put that beautification in, is because Shauna, I have conversations with her, several conversations where she has wanted active transport. I like separating cars and bikes and putting them on different roads, but maybe we need to give that option if we can get MAG to help us create this connectivity.
Anyway, that's all I had, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Say Debbie.
Couple thoughts. I live off Geneva Road and right now it's fine as far as getting on and off. But as Vineyard develops this new Utah city that I know they've been looking at for 6 years, the congestion will get, it's going to be a lot of cars. Even though I think they want to make it more walkable, more transit oriented, there's still going to be more cars. People will still have cars. So I'm wondering if the overpasses would deal with that future concern we may have connecting. I guess I want to make sure that Orem is not as impacted as it could be. If it all funnels to Geneva, then I'm going to have a hard time getting on Geneva. Do those overpasses solve part of that problem?
So it's been modeled for the 8 South overpass. I believe it takes anywhere from 11 to 12,000 trips a day is how many would be on that, which is similar to some of our collectors in arterials. So it's not going to take care of a lot of pass-through traffic, but it would take care of the order. Of your citizenry is what it would do. And to put those overpasses in, we would have an active transportation component to it. The one at 8 South would have the BRT on it. BRT would not come around and up Parkway. It would actually use 8 South. So to answer your question, I think as Geneva Road, it's I think designated to be a 7-lane facility is what they've planned, at least to go from 16th North down to University Parkway. South of that, it's going to be a 5-lane facility. So it has the potential to be a very, very busy corridor. But instead of having to use Geneva Road to go to where there's already existing underpasses and then having to funnel up Center Street or funnel up through 8th North, something like 12th North and 8th South will go ahead and help with some
Well,
of
I
that.
can tell you 800 South gets very bogged down a lot in the mornings. It just does. It's
8th South does?
Or maybe it's 4th South. Maybe it's 4th. Yeah, it's probably 4th. I want to echo, well, first of all, let's update our bike plan. It was 2010.
Yeah.
Can we not do that and engage the public or whatever we need to do? I think that's an important component. If that's 13 years old, we all know things have changed and e-bikes are revolutionary. I own one. I love it. So can we get that on the docket at some point to update that?
We can.
And then maybe a later date, add an addendum to this program showing some of the bike. And then if possible, I don't mind putting some of the bike traffic on Orem Boulevard, but if we're not going to do that, then I would like to beautify State. I would like to make it safer. We did talk about, improving the look, the field, trees. Lene and I worked a long time on that. And so I guess for me, let's find a way that we can increase the safety, whether it's Orem Boulevard or State Street, and make it more more accessible to people as I think more people with the cost of inflation, I think more people are going to be looking to low cost ways to get around, high gas is going to force the people either public transit or bikes or walking. And I think I don't see that going down in the future. So those are my thoughts.
Say, Jeff.
Thank you. Sam, I just want to point out too that there are some avid and active bikers on the Transportation Advisory Commission, and they've weighed into this. They've been very open in sharing their opinions and their thoughts about the safety of getting around on a bike. And so obviously something that we want to continue to improve and make that safer. Sam, would you mind just kind of going through the timing of this? That's something that we've talked about before, but I mean, we see on the screen 2050 no build level of service. We're in 2023. When are you kind of predicting that these different items of concern on your list would actually be taking place if they were to take place? Are we talking 2030, 2040?
Likely, right. If we were to start any of these projects, it would be around the 2030 mark before we would be able to do anything. Any of these larger projects that we've identified are going to cost a lot of money. And they would be a multiple year ask with MAG, multiple years of funding cycles. With the cost of inflation, property values going up, construction costs going up, it's just going to be out further and further. For us to do a project like 8th East, just to go back, like I've said to my previous 16th North, we were probably looking to finally be able to do something with 16th North maybe in 2030. And we had started that process 5 years ago, where we were asking for $5 million from MAG for right-of-way purchases. And we were utilizing corridor preservation dollars and buying properties from willing sellers and willing buyers. And that's how we would have proceeded until we had enough money for the project, which would have taken probably 10, 12 years. It's just going to be a long, long process. But having it in the plan, knowing that we're moving in that direction, it does afford those folks that live on those corridors a way out, instead of having to sell their home at a discounted value because it's on a busy street. They actually get to have fair market value, and their home is worth just as much as a home in a cul-de-sac. Currently, right now, with our transportation, or with the technical advisory committee with MAG, every month we're having a project come in and exercising the county dollars for corridor preservation, and people are selling. So back to your point, Jeff, the corridors, we would probably target one. I would bring that forward, get the advice from council. And if it was, say, 8th East from 8th South to Center Street, then we would start that direction. We would start with the study that would likely take a year to identify what is the preferred alternative. And then once that has been selected, we do a pre-environmental, look at assess the lane widths and some of the amenities that we would have on there for active transportation, whether it's a multi-use path, separated path, bike lanes, whatever it is, get that adopted into our plan, and then start moving forward, letting folks know if you're a willing seller, we are a willing buyer. And then we just buy properties as we had funding. And once the funding was exhausted, then we'd wait till the next funding cycle. So you're talking 10, 15 years before one of these could actually be built, probably, unless it's 8th South and or 12th North, where the state realizes, hey, there's a lot of benefit for us putting in this overpass. This project's been on this priority list for a while. We have some money this year. Let's go ahead and build that. And then those projects that are directly tied to state facilities could be accelerated a lot sooner. But ours that are homegrown and our projects, like the ones I identified, they would take a while. So I know I probably talked way too long on that, but it would take a while.
Say, Terry, did you have some more questions?
I do. A couple of statements. And I sat in, I represent the city council on the planning commission. So I've sat in on all the planning commission meetings, and they had some special meetings where Sam came just separate from the regular planning commission meetings to discuss this too. And some of them, I'm just shaking my head. 12th North. Are you kidding me? Drive down 12th North. It's a little 2-lane road. And how many homes are we going to take out? How many families are we going to destroy as we're going to buy their homes? And you say, you don't have to sell. No, the neighbors on both sides of you sold, and the neighbor next to him, and the neighbor next to him, you don't have to sell. But you're going to be stuck there by yourself as the road goes around your house. But to put a overpass on 12th North, I think our portion would be about 8 million, Sam, if I remember the numbers we were hearing. I mean,
Yes.
So it's going to cost Orem $8 million to put a overpass over the freeway on 12th North so that we have a better access to industrial area on the other side of it. Really? Now, 8 South is helping Vineyard because that's a Utah City. Well, both, these are working with Utah City. So Vineyard has we have another road going on 8 South, an overpass. So Shauna, Stacy, and some of the others that spoke, I'd be a lot more interested in a pedestrian overpass on a major road in Orem where you could ride your bike over State Street or some other place than I would sticking an overpass on 12th North and taking out families. Some of those, I talked to a man who grew up there and he told me some of those families are 3rd and 4th generation on 12th North. We're going to buy their homes because we'd like to widen the road. 8th East, the same thing. I watched a whole ward get gutted when Aston Apartments were built by the mall. And don't tell me that in this current market, we're going to give you a check. Yeah, go find another house. Yeah, best of luck to you. 16th North. The people on 16th North still live in fear because they're just waiting. When is Orem going to widen 16th North and take out the park in front of your house? It's not like if it's going to happen, it's when it's going to happen. We know it's on the master plan. We're going to widen 16th North. We're going to circle around, widen 8th East, and hook it on to Center Street. We're going to wire Center Street. What for? So it's easier for the people from Salt Lake to go up Provo Canyon, or the people that are coming from Salt Lake to get home to Provo. How does it benefit all those people we displace? So I'm really concerned about this. It is a politically sensitive issue because there's an election going on right now, and the Utah realtors have gotten very much involved with this, supporting candidates that, how they're going to vote. Well, it's a big deal if all of a sudden you're changing the master plan, you're sticking apartments up and down State Street. You can see my concern. Where does it stop? Widening 8th East, widening 16th North, all it does is make us a thoroughfare for other cities. Let's protect the homeowners. Let's protect our community. I just listened to go, man, I can't believe I'm hearing this. But I walk in the morning and at night. It started because of some health issues. So I'm not a biker, but I almost got hit on 8th East as a car made a left turn and I'm walking across on the intersection. So now I drive to cross 8th East. I don't cross 8th. So I can understand the bike's concerns. Anyway, my concern is what's the purpose for all this in Orem? Because our population, by the way, we've grown at less than 1% the last 10 years. We've gone from 90,000 to 98,000 or 99,000. That's less than 1% a year over the last 10 years. So where's all this growth and why do we need widened? I'm hearing 7 lanes, 5 lanes. I don't get it and I don't support it. And the only thing I would support would be, I would support what the Planning Commission did. I will strongly support that. If there's anything added, overpasses, all that kind of stuff, I would vote no.
Do we have any other comments?
We didn't really talk about 8th West, what the Center Street to 4th North. That is a choke point. Terry, would that particular segment be okay?
Sorry, say that again.
Oh,
the 8th West.
because there was that choke point.
I need to look where they're talking about. Yeah, I think I know where it is, but that's just connecting it with the 8th West already is. I think if I understand that, Sam, I'm probably okay with that. We're not, but how many homes are you taking out to do that?
We'd have to study it, Terry. We wouldn't actually.
He did say maybe parking.
I mean, if it's a project that we want to move forward with, we do a whole public involvement in a study. And I mean, and that's the thing, you have to realize this is one of those things that's on the list. We would go ahead and look at it. But if the neighborhood didn't support it, then we wouldn't move forward with it. I mean, the only thing that this plan has done is it's taken the data that we have and identified areas to look at. And if it's something that we want to do, if we want to connect active transportation, we don't want to buy homes, but we want to make a statement and make it safer for biking. That might be one of the first spots that we look at reducing parking and doing something, allowing folks to have a circular driveway or letting them park in their front yard or something like that, something creative. But we're going to go ahead and connect those bike lanes and make it safe.
I'd have to look at that, Debbie. I don't know that, but.
Well, look, my kids attended Mazer Prep Academy and we would use 8th West a lot and then turn up to go, and just very congested there as people trying to get into the school. So if we don't want to do the overpasses, I think 8th West, West is really a place that we need to really study, figure out what makes sense. And I think buying homes would be definitely the last resort. I think maybe moving the parking off, but adding bike lanes, because that getting to Mazer is a very difficult area when you're coming off center or if you're having to get off. I've gone to and from. I mean, I had 2 daughters there, and I did it from 6, 8 years. I think they were there from 7th grade to 12, and it was at the bowling alley in Linden, and then it was moved there. I mean, I've ridden that a lot, so that is a choke point, and that's one I would definitely want to at least study.
So this will be an interesting vote. It'll kind of tell you if people on the city council are supportive of protecting neighborhoods, or are they supportive of high density and widening roads and expanding. I mean, that'll be an interesting message.
Okay, so.
Well, yeah, what are we voting on?
Yeah, no, what?
I mean, are we taking
I
the
need a new
overpasses
car.
off?
You're getting me a new car is what you're doing.
Well, I just want to know, I mean, if the overpasses are a problem, I think we could take them off.
I mean, you guys, I mean, I guess I'd probably refer to Gary, but you guys could actually vote on and make a motion that you follow the recommendation that Planning Commission had forwarded, that the positive recommendation removing those certain components, or you could say, keeping all of those. I mean, I think you adopt it as a Planning Commission proposed. I mean, what do you
What
think,
was the
Gary?
vote in the planning commission?
It was a 7-0 with
7-0 in
with
favor
the
of these
conditions.
changes.
Yep.
And as far as those changes, they eliminated both the overpasses. What did they do with 8th West?
So in their recommendation, they had to remove the overpass, 8th South, 12th North, remove the widening projects related to 8th East and 8th West corridors, remove the 16th North project east of State Street, 8th West connection to Campus Drive. They wanted to amend the language outlined in Exhibit B. And I gave you guys this handout that kind of goes through all that. And Exhibit B talks about connectivity. And then Exhibit C was just talking about some things to further discuss, which are, one of them is active transportation, moving
So
forward.
I did not hear a
to update.
comment on Center Street to 4th North on 8th West, only going
It
to
just
you.
had
Did
the
they have a
8th
comment?
West. Yeah, it had 8th West on there. And I just, for me, there's no need. I know the plan may have identified 8th West to go to 5 lanes as a hotspot. It may have, identified 8th South to go to 5 lanes as a hotspot, but there's really no need there. I mean, even right now, looking at you look at this, the 2050 no build level of service, it doesn't make sense to put a 5-lane facility on there when the color doesn't even represent that. So for me, I know that there's some choke points. There is a choke point on 8th West, and there is a choke point on 8th South, but it wouldn't be going to 5 lanes. It would just be making it a more consistent cross section so we can tie in all the other facilities.
And just to clarify, that's what we're talking about leaving in. I mean, the Planning Commission wasn't pushing back on that spot in 8th West. That was not on your list.
I think the way it's listed in the TMP is it calls it out as a 5-lane facility, is as a hotspot or recommendation.
Is that B that it's under in this resolution, 2B?
It's actually on page 1.
8th East and 8th West?
It's at the bottom of page 1.
Mhm.
Letter B, remove the widening projects related to the 800 East and 800 West corridors.
So is it just the widening that's the problem? Because I don't think widening necessarily needs to be our solution. I mean, you just said we can remove parking and other
Right.
things.
Right.
So if it's just the widening, but buying the homes, making it wider, I think I could do all the recommendations, but I still would like to look at that choke point on the center to 400 West, taking the word widening, maybe we can put study, see what would be neighborhood approved. I think the widening is what's scaring, adding more lanes, getting the homes. I think that doesn't have to be something I want to, what I'm saying is if we study it enough and make a reasonable improvement without having to buy the homes, I think that would make more of us comfortable about that. I don't know how everyone else feels, but that's what I'm thinking.
And just to be clear, that's all part of the process, even though it's identified and it recommends a widening to 5 lanes, or it recommends these things, that there's still a process where we are going to have public involvement and we're going to go study it and look at it. And to Terry's point, if the data has dropped and we don't have those counts there, then we don't have to do it. It just puts it's a mechanism so folks understand, but we can do however you guys want us to dictate it and change the verbiage in the plan.
Okay, so as far as this 8th West, I'm still not clear though, because we're talking about going to 5 lanes. We're talking about just cleaning it up to make it more manageable. And to me, 8th West seems like a viable conversation just because that's within our city without crossing into everywhere else. It seems like it would make sense to improve that, but I don't know what that looks like.
So Sam, Gary, Ryan, John, since you're still on probation.
Technically, it hasn't started yet, so it's safe.
I guess the question that I'm hearing, if I can summarize it, is there a way that we can word this differently to show that we would look at ways to improve and improve some of those corridors, but essentially change the threshold, change the limit, change the top end. So essentially not necessarily look at 5 lanes, but study out and look at all other kinds of improvements, maybe turn lanes, maybe bike paths or painting, maybe taking out some parking or allowing a different kind of driveway. Anyway, point being, can we look at other stuff before we get to the point of widening?
Right. And I think to that, maybe it could just be as simple as understanding that the hot spots of 8th West is a choke point, that the city will look at options to mitigate vehicular traffic in that area to be consistent with both the north and south portions of that corridor. And essentially, I think in the TMP, it actually calls out it being 5 lanes, and we can just take that component out of it and maybe we just look at hotspots to make sure that we have our arterials in a consistent roadway cross section.
I like that. Yeah, so we could put in language that said, make it consistent on 8th West and 8th East, consistent as it is north and south, and address choke points and look at other alternatives.
Well, I'm not comfortable with 8th East being on there.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I want to say something else. I think I made my point that the 16, so I just have a problem. And I said this in our May 16th city council work meeting when we talked about this. And it was, we leave it on there. We're just planning for the future. We're not going to do it for 10, 20, 30 years, but we're just saying where we could go. I just have a hard time voting for, yes, let's restripe 1600 North, East 1600 North, or let's widen or even restripe, because then that leads to widening. When you take away the parking in front of someone's home and you put those cars going 40 miles an hour right next to the curb, you are creating a situation where you are truly taking away the value of that home. And it's just one step towards our opportunity, I guess you want to put it that way, to widen the road. You're really creating a difficulty, a hardship for that homeowner. And you're setting the stage for their home to be turned, for the road to be widened. So that's where I'm kind of pushing back on this, having it in the plan. I just think it's very problematic to say, yes, I'm in favor of that, because fundamentally I'm not in favor of destroying home values and making people move. Like Terry says, I had a friend that she's like, yeah, Woodbury wants to buy my house, but whatever they give me, I'm gonna have to go move to Saratoga Springs to buy a house. You know, I like where I am in Orem. I like my home. So I don't know. I guess I'm just saying that's where I am on this. I feel like if we're really talking about creating places where families can come and purchase a home, and then we're reducing the number of homes in Orem, that's, you know, you look at supply and demand, right? You take away the supply, I actually appreciate the work that the Planning Commission did on this. I think they were very forward thinking as far as preserving Orem as a city. I look at Murray. Murray is a pass-through city. And it kind of looks like it when you drive through it. So I think we really need to decide what we want Orem to be and how we want to preserve that for our residents. Let's put in bike lanes. Let's improve Orem. But I agree with some of the comments that have been said here. Why are we negatively affecting our neighborhoods? So, you know, people can get to Provo 2 or 3 minutes faster. That's my comment.
If I may. So Sam, if I'm interpreting the tea leaves right, many of these things are studies not to be done. You know, we don't know what's going to be happening. But the two that seem pretty significant are bypass over 8 South and an overpass over 8 South and overpass over 12th North. And if I have understood the Planning Commission, those were two significant oppositions. Can I get a head shake from the Planning Commission member I'm looking at? So thank you. So those, I think, again, another head shake, are your two major objections. Is that correct? Or am I missing one or more? You had 5 or 6 objections, but I thought those were your two major ones.
That and 8.
Most significant. I'm sorry. I realize they're all your babies. I get that, but these are your two favorite children. Okay.
University Parkway style
issues. So I don't know how we're going to go about doing this. It looks like maybe our attorney wants to talk, but those are the two that caused me the most concerns because the rest are still to be studied and still to be approved in the future. Is that fair, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, they're all the same. I would say that, yeah. I mean, looking at all these here, I mean, staff, we agreed with removing 16th North east of State Street. We agreed with 800 East, and we just brought forth the other options with the other projects. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mike, would you like to just come up and tell us from the planning perspective, commission, or yeah, just give us an idea of what the main issues were that you were concerned about. You don't have to go through the whole thing because we'll be here all night, but as far as just the highlights of these were the things that we're concerned about in order and why.
So one of the biggest concerns was widening, you know, taking out residences and neighborhoods needlessly for external traffic and making us a throughput for everybody else. So that's, you know, the 8th East, 8th West, 1600 North is about just widening it for other people, not for the residents of the city. The overpasses, same thing. We will end up widening 12th North and 8th South if we put these overpasses in because you've created a 5-lane corridor into a 2-lane road. And it's got to go somewhere. So you're going to destroy 12th North, you're going to destroy 8th South just to put those overpasses in so that Vineyard can get in, UTA can get over the freeway easier. You know, we can alleviate a lot of that 8th South problem by pushing for UVU to put in their own dedicated on and off ramps. That would mitigate all the traffic on 12 South. University Parkway wouldn't be such a congested mess any longer. They just have to have the drive to do it, but nobody's pushing them. So those are some of the big concerns. You know, 8th West, it does have a choke point between 4th North and Center. I hate to break it to the bikers, but it was the bike lanes that did it. You know, it's made it is kind of an unsafe space. I wouldn't ride my bike down there because it's so tight. But you can't take away the parking because it's all old homes. They don't have a lot of parking in the first place. They'll just go into the other parts of the neighborhood if you take away their parking. So your only alternative is take out houses or remove the bike lane.
So because that is a choke point, and Sam, I mean, would that be worth a study just to evaluate that? I mean, it's a choke point, it's within the city, it's not taking us anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to a study, but we were opposed to making a 5-lane road in a very well-established long-term neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's one of the earlier neighborhoods when Geneva came in. That's where most of
What is
the
it now?
workers built.
Is it 2 lanes right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 2 and then bike lanes on both sides and parks.
Okay.
Yeah. Through that section is 34 feet of asphalt, and most of our, both north and south of it, you have 46 to 50 feet of asphalt. So it's very substandard for a collector.
Okay. Does anyone else have a question for Mike while he's up here?
So you're not opposed to us studying the 8th West?
No, absolutely not. I think we need to actively look for new solutions. I'm a big proponent for what these people are asking for. I think we need safe streets for bikes. I think we need to make great causeways. I think there's better ways to do it that are safer and cause less friction between the bikes and the cars.
Maybe your committee can give us some unique, creative solutions to fix that choke point.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to spend the time to try and come up with good answers. So.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So let me just I'm not sure how we get to a vote if we just push this to next time. As far as the priorities that I see, one thing that sticks with me is Lene's comment about money available that you were saying for State Street. So if whatever we do, we can go after that money to see if we can use that to improve State Street, make that better. There is coming down the pike, and we've been working on it for the last 1.5 years, but there is a push from us to reinvigorate State Street. And we're going to be working on that and coming up with ideas on that. So any money that we can get for that would be really beneficial, because our goal is to have, fast forward 10 years or whatever, to have a State Street that everybody's proud of. So one just comment is, we've stopped the apartments. We haven't stopped the apartments that already were pre-licensed to go, but we've stopped any new apartments from coming in the last 1.5 years, 2 years. And to me, when you look at all the different things we're talking about, when you drop apartment buildings everywhere, it kind of blows up everything. And no matter what you do, as far as all your different transportation plan goals, with all your different transportation goals that we're working towards, if we drop thousands of apartments in, it just is like dropping a nuclear bomb. And so I think that's a really important piece of this puzzle. And I know you guys were talking about Orem Boulevard, and I come out of my neighborhood and turn onto Orem Boulevard. I used to be able to do that for 20 years, 25 years. And ever since they stacked Orem Boulevard with apartments all the way up and down, you can't turn out on that. I've given up on that. I just go to 4th West and hope I can get out on that. So I think we've got to look at the whole picture, the big picture. I agree completely that we need to update the bike plan. I think, it's time, and we should take a look at that and see what we can do. So that's something I think we'd be for. I do agree with the concerns on the council as far as the overpasses. There is kind of if we build it, they will come. And so if we open those up, those arteries, if we build it, they will come. And if they come, that just means more traffic, more congestion. In my mind, it hurts the family neighborhoods that are in those areas. So anyway, so as far as, are there any other issues? Well, and as far as the 8th West, I think, we're in favor of looking at that, trying to figure out something better than what we've got right now.
Okay.
So
Can I say
is there a way to encapsulate that, or do we need to come back and, vote on something like that in a couple of weeks?
Looks like Gary's drafting it up right now.
Well, I've been trying to pay attention, and let me go through. I think you have in front of you a copy of the Planning Commission resolution. And on that first page at the bottom, the Planning Commission recommended a positive overall approval of the Transportation Master Plan with some concerns. And the first one, what I'm hearing is the council would agree with A, remove the overpass interchanges 800 South and 1200 North. If the council agrees, I'm hearing from everybody that that makes sense. Then in B, widening the projects related to the 800 East and 800 West corridors. What I'm hearing on that is that widening is problematic and that we shouldn't widen, we should take out widening the projects and rather further study projects related to 800 East and 800 West. Not that we're approving the widening project that's in the Transportation Master Plan, but what the council would be approving is for staff to further study that and bring that information back at a later date to the council. And is that not?
We don't want 8th East.
Just 8th West.
Just
Oh,
8th
just
West.
8th West. Okay, okay. So we would study 8th West, but not 8th East. Okay.
From the plan, not overall.
We like the residents on 8th East.
And so, and then, so we can go through, and then C, if we can keep going, remove the 1600 North project east of State Street. I think everybody agrees with that one. Then if we turn the page, at the top of the page, we have D, the 800 West connection to Campus Drive should remain closed. And I believe what I'm hearing is that the council would want that to remain closed at this time.
Mhm. That's correct.
Then E, I almost said C, got to put these on. All right. E, amend the language in the plan as outlined in Exhibit B. We haven't talked about that, but if you turn 2 pages in the document, you'll see paragraph 2 of the executive summary has some red line in it. And then section 4.9 with connectivity. If I heard right, I think Sam was supportive of this language being added. Is that?
No, I would actually keep it as it is just there in the.
Oh,
in
keep that
black-
as it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's right. This was the Planning Commission's
Yes.
recommendation. And then staff, we would recommend that the red line not be included, that it would just remain as is. And the council hasn't had really a discussion on that aspect of the plan. Then F, going back to the second page of the Planning Commission's resolution, at the top of the page, F is consider other recommendations outlined in Exhibit C. And so if you go to the last page, that's Exhibit C, and that's really to Planning Commission talked about. Oh, I'm sorry, did not everybody have one?
We don't have it.
Oh, okay.
We've got.
Okay.
I just look very confused.
I thought you were looking for it.
On that, bike lanes, I think everybody agrees our plan is 13 years old. We really ought to come in and take a look at that again, and staff, the council would like staff to begin that process. I don't know that that's necessarily important to be in the resolution. As staff, we're hearing you and we want to follow up on that and begin that process. And the UVU connectivity, Orem Center Street, and then D, connectivity in general. Those are things that the Planning Commission recommended we have continuing discussion as a city with the TAC and with Planning Commission and with the council at future times. And so those, I don't know necessarily need to be in the resolution. They could. So now coming back to the resolution. So what I'm hearing is that the council could approve the Transportation Master Plan, but would remove The overpass interchanges at 800 South and 1200 North. And then make sure I get this one right on B, that remove the widening project related to 800 East and study 800 West corridor. Then remove the 1600 North project east of State Street. In that, remove the 800 West connection to Campus Drive. Keep that closed on our transportation master plan. And then, well, if we skip E for a second, go to F, that we begin the process of studying the other items listed in Exhibit C from the Planning Commission. And as staff, we begin that process. Now, if I've done my job correctly, I think I've thoroughly confused everyone.
You've done it pretty good. I'm confused. I do have one question, if I may, Mayor. What is the difference between studying the 800 West corridor and the 800 West connection to Campus Drive? Aren't they connected now? No.
No, they're not connected right now. It just goes down to 8 South and then it goes south into
What's that
essentially
road called?
It's 800 West, but it's the Steele family owns that area, but it doesn't connect further south
You know
into
what?
Campus
I'm
Drive.
confusing 12th West and 8th West. I'm sorry. See, I was confused without you, Gary. I did it all by myself. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about that.
Can I say I actually like Exhibit C because it shows that we as a council are working on the bike lanes issue and we are, adding that to this resolution to find some, I mean, this is how it's stated, bike lanes, find a better solution than being in traffic, perhaps wider sidewalks. I mean, this is like the brainstorming, let's start addressing these issues. I think that kind of really represents our discussion tonight.
And having Exhibit C included in the council's resolution tonight on transportation master plan, it would be perfectly acceptable, would be a good approach, would give clear direction to staff.
Say, Sam, is there, as far as the issue that you brought up earlier about getting money for State Street, is there a way to incorporate that into this or?
I'm not sure. I think we would obviously look at studying it and then, because that's going to be one of the first things I do is contact MAG and the state and figure out what options are available. What are the nuances with it? How can, I mean, right now we do have a funding cycle and it might be a function of sitting down with the staff at MAG and just looking at how can we leverage some active transportation dollars, understanding that this funding cycle isn't going to be, we won't be eligible for 3 or 4 years, but maybe this is one of the things we bring forward and look at getting money. And these are the reasons why to build this facility. So yeah, I'll automatically start that right away.
Okay.
So
I'd like to add it in somehow, just articulate that we're going to do that.
Let's see. So Gary, to put that in as part of the resolution, something like will pursue potential funding for State Street business connection opportunities.
And can we, to kind of bring in what is dear to Debbie and I's heart, that with an attitude of beautifying State Street and creating safer, active transportation options.
With nice trees.
With nice trees.
But I think the whole council wanted the beautification of State Street. So it wasn't just Debbie
We-
and.
We did come up with the idea.
Yeah,
We
man.
did
You're
Right, you guys all support it.
David and I have really pushed for that, so please.
So to restate.
However, it was our baby. You have to admit it was our baby.
so
But
to-
you did support us. Thank you so much, Council Member Spencer.
So to
Okay.
restate, pursue funding opportunities for State Street business connectivity and beautification and active transportation.
Perfect. Okay, is everybody good that we could have a vote on this? I think we've covered and everything.
Yeah, who's gonna word it? Is Gary gonna help us or?
Yes.
What he said, is that good?
What I would suggest as a motion is in the packet, we have a sample motion. And in that motion, it says resolution by the Orem City Council amending the Transportation Master Plan and adopting the Transportation Master Plan update as Appendix F of the Orem General Plan with the following additions and deletions. And
Just say as outlined by the planning commission, we have to articulate each one.
No,
well,
we've added several things.
we've added a few things. Well, we could say the planning commission. The one thing that I'm still unclear about is Exhibit B, that draft language in there. Staff is recommended keep it as it is. Planning commission is recommending what you see in red.
Page 405.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Page 4.
Yeah, no, I think Sam and the planning commission both recommended that, right?
No, we
The
actually,
language?
staff recommends keeping it without the text in red. Just because when you add the red component to it, it's more of a subjective type of language versus we having some teeth to saying, no, you need to make connections. You need to be able to have pedestrians and vehicles connect both in a residential and commercial retail type zoning application.
Would you read what the red is, so it's on the record?
So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So at the beginning of the page on exhibit, on page 4 of 5, which is Exhibit B of the Planning Commission's resolution, making a recommendation to the council. What they would suggest is adding in paragraph 2 of the executive summary, some language. It reads now, due to growth within the city and the large growth throughout the county, a comprehensive transportation master plan must be developed and regularly maintained in order to combat congestion. And then they put in safety hazards and traffic's impact on neighborhoods.
I like that.
I like that.
Yep.
So
the
staff recommends you take out the red part of 4.9. Is that what you're saying?
And so that section, I think we're okay with.
Yes.
Yes. So that section staff would be okay with. It's down in 4.9 on connectivity. That's what Sam was addressing about as developments coming in. And so now it says Orem desires a connected street system for all new developments, minimizing the use of cul-de-sacs. Then there would be a sentence placed in here that says, yet greater connectivity may compromise the integrity of Orem's neighborhoods and in certain circumstances, increase safety risk to pedestrians, cyclists, and other motorists. And then another sentence, they would recommend adding connectivity and traffic flow will be balanced with these needs, preserving Orem's neighborhoods and safety moving ahead. Then another, recommend another sentence saying, developers should be made aware of the proposed transportation changes that open residential neighborhoods to commercial and high-density areas with flow-through traffic are inconsistent with the direction of Orem's future growth, period. So they would add in those 3 sentences. Then it continues, infill parcels, staff had will, this says may be required to provide future street stubs to adjacent parcels with the potential for development. And then dealing with the next sentence, retail and office development, rather than must, it says may provide for cross easement access, easements to create circulation patterns to adjacent properties to eliminate multiple access points to the major street system. And I think that goes back to what Sam was talking about. When you're on State Street in the businesses there, there's not a lot of interconnectivity between parking lots and different businesses. like there is on the Parkway. You know, the Parkway, you can go to Lowe's and then end up going all the way down to Honey Baked Ham without having to get on the Parkway and do things like that. And so I think staff is looking that by saying must provide crossings, it's a little more, we're looking at that. The council also wants us to put in that we would pursue funding for State Street business connectivity and beautification. That would be a part of this motion already. Then continuing on back on that exhibit B, it says consequently this rather than will could reduce travel time, that interconnectivity issue. And then an example at the very last sentence, it now says an example project to improve connectivity in Orem is the 1600 West extension to Geneva Road. So we need to figure out what we want to do with Exhibit B, and I think we have a motion that would be have the support of the council.
So I'm okay with these red line changes through here. The only one that I would push back on a little bit is retail and office development may provide cross-access agreements. I think we've gone from must to may to try and soften it up, which I think is fine. But I mean, to me, retail and office development, if there's a way we can put that so it's strongly encouraged unless there's no other options. In other words, because our State Street is it's not nearly as wide as a lot of the areas on University Parkway, and it may not be possible. So I don't want to block business that's out, but we want them to create those cross access easements if it's possible. And that's different than must or may, right? I mean,
Is there a reason we can't use his word, strongly encourage? I mean, that's kind of in between.
So Mayor, this is getting so marked up. I'd suggest they rewrite it with what Gary's saying, and then we vote on it next time. Because right now we're getting lines and crosses and
So you want to
arrows.
continue it?
It'd be easier, I think, if we all see the cleaned up version. I mean, that'd be my proposal is, and I don't see the urgency that we have to do it tonight, but a cleaned up version next time would be cool.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Is
if
there
that's
an
okay.
urgency? Are we okay if we wait another few weeks?
At
We've
this
done
point,
this
no.
since 2015, right? Okay.
No.
I know, I think we made a lot of changes and a lot of things going on. So ideally, we could get this back in a finished form in our packets and go through it and then vote on it. We wouldn't have to have the whole discussion next time, but we could. just go
Would
forward.
you be okay, Mayor, if we put it on the consent agenda next time, if we have everything lined out correctly?
I'd be, you wouldn't?
No, I still want to talk about it. I think this is such an important thing just to, I don't know. I think we want to talk about it.
Okay.
Now, we've done most of the fleshing out, so it may not take too long, but just to go on consent, I'm not comfortable.
I agree with Debbie.
Okay.
Are you ready for a motion of continuance, Mr. Mayor?
Dave?
Oh, sorry. Go, Dave.
No, I was going to make a motion to continue.
Can I second it if you make the
Continue
motion?
9.1 till October 10th, city council meeting.
I'll second that.
Wait a minute. I was going to do that. Go ahead. Go for the vote.
Go ahead.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, Tom.
The motion is continued. Thank you for that conversation.
We did nothing and we get a profit.
Okay, we're almost at the finish line. Yes, thank you, Sam. And okay, we've got item 9.2. An ordinance. This is called campaign finance disclosure requirement for elected officials. Gary, would you like to explain this?
Yes, this ordinance amends and adds into 2-3-4 campaign finance disclosures. Section A of that ordinance already requires candidates for office to follow the state code with their disclosures. Then B sets out a annual contribution disclosure by elected officials. And it requires that on August 1st of each year, an elected official has to file an annual financial statement or while they're in office. And it has to have all of the contributions they have received or expenditures that they have made prior to July 15th from the preceding cycle. Then in 3, if an elected official fails to do that by the deadline, which is August 1st, then the city recorder can accept it late up to 10 days with a late fee of $50. If the elected official fails to comply, it's considered an infraction and there could be a fine of no more than $750. For elected officials who now hold office as of today, the ordinance says they would need to file an annual campaign file their campaign financial disclosure by October 15th of this year. And that would get all of the elected officials up to date. Some of you may have to do 2 years worth or 4 years worth. Yes, that's right. And that's basically what this ordinance does. Any questions?
Any questions?
Oh.
Lene had some comments.
Well, go ahead, Mayor. I'll let you.
No, I'm fine. I mean, we've
So
talked
my
about
thoughts
this, so
were,
I'm-
Debbie and
I'm
I were
pretty
just
aware
kind
of
of chatting here and we thought, Debbie's like, I'm ready to file mine today. And that was from 4 years ago, right? You're catching up from 4 years.
It's 0.
Because it's 0. We really don't do anything, right? So, we were saying maybe we do October 10th. That's a Wednesday. And then if you miss that deadline, October 13th is your last chance before you have to pay $750. Or was it a Tuesday? It's a Tuesday. Yeah, well, that's right. That's our council meeting.
Do the Tuesday, the 10th.
And then,
right?
and then give it for this one-time catch-up provision. And then just do the Friday and then we're done with it. We don't have to drag this out. Is that a problem?
No, this could be amended to read October 10, 2023.
But the recorder would have to send out some form,
But
correct? And we want to give that recorder time to do that. You can modify the state one. Okay. I just wanted to not have pressure on you. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So Debbie and Lene, you're gonna go plant trees now too?
I'd be
Okay,
happy
so-
to have donations for trees. Yes.
Good.
Okay, so Lene, tell me, so I've got several things on here. Tell me your suggestions.
Just, you want to give her what's the sheet?
Gary, do you
Oh,
want to
you-
just reread it based on what I said?
You have this?
So I
Yes.
don't. Well, no, we left that's a different one than they gave us, unfortunately.
It's what's on the
The
screen.
one, the one in yeah, we need to use the one on the screen because the one on our dais here is not correct.
Oh,
So what we're trying to say is the first blank, this is the catch-up provision. So the first blank is October 10th. And it's through September 26th. Isn't that what this red one said? The one we got in the work meeting said?
no,
I don't have a
it
copy of
says
it.
if you are an elected official as of September 26th, but it is for financial disclosures through contributions received or expenditures received through September 30th, 2023. So it'd take it through the end of this month.
And then you've got the honor before October 10th.
Yeah, so the first blank on the screen that you see would be honor before October 10, 2023. And then this last blank would be September 30, 2023.
Okay, so
I have a question. Since I just filed a financial disclosure, would I still need to do this? Just,
If you have any, yeah, you have to just say zero if you didn't get any.
okay, so I just file a zero. Okay.
yeah, you would just catch up with a zero
Unless
if
you
that's what
want
it
to
is,
say
unless,
yeah,
unless there was
I have-
something.
yeah.
Yeah, and then you would just do your normal.
So
You
Gary,
need a motion made?
well,
I
I'm
think
sorry, I
we're
got
still
a
trying to figure
different
out- Yeah,
exhibit
this is a
here.
different document than what's on
The one that
here.
we had in the work meeting.
Yeah.
So
different.
Teresa, this is the one you just gave us in the work meeting, right? With the red lines?
I think so.
So the one that was on the dais here does not have any of these. It's different.
Oh, okay. So I put those out and then I met with Gary. So the ones in there are the correct updated ones. We had to make changes since Jake was not here. So that's what Jake sent me, but then I met with Gary and I gave you the updated.
So this one
Okay.
is throwaway.
Yeah, so use the red line one.
You have the
That's
red line?
one-
Yes,
that's
this,
the most recent.
So the other recommendations that I thought of, I spoke with Jake, I think, and he was saying, maybe a good thing would be to put it under B1, our fiscal year. So no later than June 30th. So this is this is not the catch-up provision. This is for going forward. So June 30th instead of August 1st. And then you'd change that then to June 15th in number 2 in the second one. And then Dave, you said this one. 5 days instead of 10.
So I don't think we need 10 business days because we all know what we're doing. So I just limit it to 5 days. If you can't remember that, then something's wrong. So I don't think we need 10 days.
On 3A.
And then the question is on.
So my only request with that,
What?
my only request with that is if we're gonna say, okay, this is the date, and now you got 5 days to make sure you did it. In a perfect world, the recorder would notify us well before that 10-day, just so it doesn't sneak up on somebody and they're out of town, they're on vacation, whatever. So maybe,
June 1st.
well, I would do something like a couple weeks before the deadline or 3 weeks before the deadline. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
And then you have just 5 business days after the deadline. You get charged $50. And then on the, if you fail to do so, it's a $750 fine. And what is that? Is that a misdemeanor or what is that?
it's an infraction. It's
Infraction.
Similar to like a parking ticket
Okay.
or a speeding ticket.
That'd be like parking across 2 handicap zones.
Is there a reason we couldn't limit that to maybe 250? 750 seems more than a parking fine.
Well, I think is
I
there
don't know.
any other penalty if they don't file?
No,
So that's the issue, right? This is a gentle transparency push. But if someone chooses not to be transparent, they decide they don't want to reveal something.
Well, then just make it like $250 a week until they file.
Oh, can we do that?
yes.
And they will pay.
They will.
I like that. That's a good one.
Post a notice on the city site that says they didn't file.
What's flashing?
Yeah.
I agree with that.
That's a good deal.
Okay, is there anything else on this that needs to be fixed?
No, I'm good.
Okay, are we good, Gary? Are you good?
If we could just go through the numbers just one more time, make sure I've got everything down. In this exhibit A that you have, that's as the red line that was given out in the study meeting. In B, sub 1, it says all elected officials who hold office in Orem City must file an annual campaign finance statement no later than, and I have June 30. Okay, then in 2, the annual campaign finance statement filed by an elected official must disclose all contributions received and expenditures made prior to June 15 of the preceding reporting cycle, okay? Then we go to 3A, the city recorder shall accept a late filing up to, I have 5 business days. After the filing deadline, the fee of $50. Then in B, any elected official who fails to comply with this section is guilty of an infraction and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine of not more than $750. Did we?
Changed it to 250 a week until they submit the form.
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to compel it to happen, and
Yeah.
750, you can just pay 750 and not worry about it. But if it's 250 a week, then you can support the rest of Orem.
No property tax.
And then in 4, any elected official who holds office on September 26th shall file on or before October 10, 2023, and we're leaving September 30th as the date on which they need to disclose through that date. So a motion to approve an ordinance by the Orem City Council amending Section 2-3-4 campaign finance disclosure of the Orem City Code to adopt the new transparency regulations as amended. And then we'll draft this and put it into form. I've got all the dates.
I'll do it if you'll coach me. So give me the first line. I move that we by ordinance adopt,
That the Orem City Council amend
the Orem City Council amend,
Section 2-3-4
amends section 2-3-4,
campaign finance disclosure
campaign finance disclosure
of the Orem City Code
of the Orem City Code
to adopt new transparency regulations
to adopt new transparency regulations
as shown in Exhibit A, and I will draft the appropriate.
as shown in Exhibit A.
Yep. That's the motion.
Okay.
Second.
Second, oh, Jeff.
Second.
Okay,
Aye.
you have a second?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution passes.
Okay.
Thank you.
City manager.
All right. We're down to item 10. There are no communication items. Item 11. Bren, did you have some comments?
If I can just express appreciation for Assistant City Attorney Gary McGinn filling in. Jake Summers had a family emergency, and so appreciate him stepping in sort of last minute and walking us through some of these extra involved items tonight. I thought I'd just remind you, I think I've told all of you, but just as a reminder, tomorrow is when we'll have the installation entity come in to install the new audiovisual system here in our chambers. And then again, just because we had some presentations regarding our Constitution Month and from our library, just thought I'd publicly kind of give some kudos. We had over 360 copies of the Why I Love America book available in our library, and all of them were requested and well received. So kind of a fun effort that has been included part of this month. So other than that, we'll be sending out some on your calendars a series of fun fall events coming up.
Okay.
I do have one question. The Constitution Month seems like a good idea year after year. Is that something you're going to continue next year in the month of September? And if you're not, I think you should.
At the will of council.
You will, okay.
Do we need to do a resolution for that to always be on the calendar, or how does that work? maybe next council
I
meeting,
think we did a proclamation.
or did we?
Yeah, it was by proclamation.
Yeah, we did a proclamation.
Yeah.
Was it for just the 1 year or was it?
Yeah, we just did it for this year, but it would be something that would be easily done for future years.
I just think it's such a fundamental to our government and I'm excited to give booklets to my family. So
Awesome.
I won't be on council. I think it's a great idea though.
Okay, sounds good. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second. Aye.
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 Well, let's adjourn. Thank you.